Time being 10:02, we'll get started with our Department of Revenue update today. Sorry, welcome DRA up. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner at the New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration. Happy to see you again. This time we're going to talk revenue estimates.
Sounds good. We're looking forward to it.
You may be.
Okay, so you should have a copy of a presentation in front of you. It's blue and white. Maybe we should make it green and white for money. I don't know. Change it up next year, maybe. Okay, so what we're going to talk about today is kind of three things. We're going to talk about where we think revenues for fiscal year 25, the current fiscal year that we're in, where revenues are going to end up at the end of June, at the end of the fiscal year. Then we're going to talk about a growth rate from 25 to 26, and then a growth rate from 26 to 27. So what you see on the first page is these are the scenarios that we run at DRA in order to come up with options for where fiscal year 25 is going to end, because that's going to serve as our base for the growth rates for 26 and 27. So there's 5 different scenarios that we look at. First is plan. What was the plan for that tax type? Second is sustaining percent versus plan. So we look at the first 7 months of the fiscal year, and we look at how that's performing compared to plan, and we apply that same percentage to the remaining months. So if through the first 7 months of the year we're 10% ahead of plan, we're just going to assume that we'll stay 10% ahead of plan for the rest of the year. The third scenario is the same thing except we're comparing to prior year. So we take actuals for the first 7 months, and then we look at how we're doing compared to prior year. If we're 5% ahead of prior year, we're going to assume we'll remain 5% ahead of prior year for the rest of fiscal year 25. The fourth scenario is the first 7 months of the year with just plan for the remainder. And then the last scenario is the first 7 months of the year with prior year actuals for the last 5. So we run these 5 scenarios. We update them at the end of every month. So once we have actual data, we'll update it. And then we select a high and a low based on these scenarios, and those are the options that are going to be presented to you. That's how we come up with a range for fiscal year 25. I will say, though, that the options that we select for the high and the low are those that we believe to be reasonable. So if, for instance, tobacco tax, we are far below plan, we're not going to show you the plan scenario as an option because we don't believe that that's achievable in fiscal year 25. So it's not just running 5 scenarios and showing you the absolute high and the absolute low. It's us looking at those scenarios and making an educated decision on what we believe to be a reasonable high and a reasonable low. So we kind of try to take out the noise. So that's what we do for 25, and then we just talk growth rates for 26, 27. Chris works his magic and applies those growth rates in your worksheet, and away you go. Okay, so on page 2, we're going to do the heavy lifting first. We're going to start with business taxes. So fiscal year to date, business taxes are $110.3 million, or 18.2% below plan. And we're $102.9 million, or 17.2% below prior year. Things to consider when you're estimating business tax revenue. First is economic growth with the resetting of estimated payments. We've talked about this before. There is underlying growth in the economy. We are seeing that. but we've seen a reduction in our estimated payments as businesses have right-sized their estimated payments kind of coming out of the pandemic and the tremendous growth that we saw in corporate profits. So there is growth here, but you're looking below plan and you're below prior year, partially due to this resetting of estimated payments. Also, things to think about: supply chain constraints, disruptions in ports and factories, potential tariffs or sanctions. That's very much an unknown, I think, at this point. We do have a low unemployment rate, which is good for the economy, and then any impacts on interest rate changes to the economy as well. So what you see in the blue section in the middle of the page is a range for 25 of $1,029.5 million to $1,121.3 million. Then you see a growth range for 26 between 3 to 8%, and that would be applied to 25. And then you see a growth range for 27, again of 3 to 8%, and that would be applied to 26. So for fiscal year 25, your range, the low range, assumes actual revenue for the first 7 months of the year and assumes that our percent versus plan, 18.2% below plan, would remain for the remaining 5 months of the year, so that revenues just continue on the trend that they're on from the first 7 months. The high assumes that we take the 7 months of actuals and then the remaining 5 months are actual revenue from last year, from fiscal year 24. And essentially what this high does is assumes that the decline in the estimated payments that we've been seeing stops and that revenue is more consistent with the prior year. So that means 25 estimates, which we'll just start to receive in April and we'll receive again in June. Calendar year 25 estimates are consistent with calendar year 24, and we don't continue to see that decline from 24 estimates that we saw from 23. So the resetting of estimates kind of has happened, and we're just going to kind of continue on with fiscal year 24, or excuse me, with how calendar year 24 behaved.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So in the previous slide, you listed 5 different ways that revenues could be estimated. So when you on this chart now, when you give the high and low, which method are you using?
So you'll see that in the little sub bullet below in the kind of open bullet. It said assumes actual revenue for the first 7 months of the year plus sustaining percent versus plan.
Okay.
For the last 5. And then for the high, this is actual revenue for the first 7 months with prior year revenue for the last 5. So again, it's showing you the 2 high and low options we believe to be reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Representative Elmy.
Thank you. So on the way we've been doing it doesn't seem to pay much attention to the possibility of decline continuing. And
the decline continuing is the low estimate. That assumes that the 18% versus plan continues for the remainder of the year.
FY25, the last 5 months, isn't that when we were seeing, we were seeing the decline from a number of different factors. And we don't know how important one of them versus the other one is yet, though.
So this assumes
have you got done any analysis lately of how much of the decline last year was due to just changing their estimates based on we've been keeping 300% of our taxes to come that we don't need to keep in the Treasury,
So we can't isolate individual, or we can't isolate the impact of changes in estimated payments because of the CCO cap and the need to now refund any credit carryover over 500%
Yeah.
versus a change in behavior because businesses now feel more confident in what their liability is going to be. So I can't tell you what part of the reduction in estimates is due to one or the other. I can tell you how much we refunded due to the CCO cap, but I can't necessarily break down the change in the behavior of the estimates because I don't have any information to do that. Because as we've talked about, an estimate is one number on a form with very little information. So that being said, I think there's two bits of information that I can provide. The first is that approximately just under $72 million in fiscal year 24 was refunded due to the CCO cap. Year to date for fiscal year 25, we're at 41.7. With respect to, let me
So-
just- with respect to changes in liability of taxpayers versus the change in their behavior relative to estimates, again, I can't isolate that specifically in the estimates, but I can do a comparison between how taxpayers have made their estimated payments as a comparison to how their liability has changed. And so from tax year 2020 to 2021, liability for taxpayers increased by 32%. Their estimated payments increased by 40%. From tax year 21 to 22, their liability increased by 1%, but their estimated payments increased by 46%. So that's the behavior that we're talking about, where there has been a behavior among taxpayers to increase their estimated payments in excess of their liability. We saw a similar trend happen from 2016 to 2017 when the Tax Cut and Jobs Act went into effect and taxpayers were uncertain about their liability. They had a 75% increase in their estimates. So when taxpayers aren't sure, many just want to make sure they're covered. And so they'll increase their estimated payments. It takes a couple years for them to then adjust the estimated payments when the liability hasn't risen by the same percent.
So the interesting thing here, and we won't know this until after March 15th, when tax returns come in, then you can start looking at the liability, and is the liability
Correct.
down as well, or is that about the same? And a lot of this is estimates.
Correct. So that we'll start to have information in March, in April as returns are filed. The picture won't be totally clear until we get those returns that are filed on extension in the fall.
And do you have anyone filing returns now? Because people who are on fiscal years, do you have any of them filing such that you can compare that?
So we did look at what has happened from fiscal year tax year 22 to tax year 23, but even that is incomplete at this point. So it looks like the liability is down, but it's not a full year. And some of those fiscal filers tend to be our larger taxpayers. So it is not a full picture yet. But yeah, we're kind of constantly tracking and waiting for those returns to come in.
And we have to make our decisions prior to March 15th.
Unfortunately, you
to
do. Yep.
But but we have a crystal ball. so,
Obviously, yes.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, Commissioner. I think those numbers are really important, and I'm wondering if you could make sure that you provide the committee with those numbers in terms of the difference between liability and also the estimated numbers.
Payments, sure.
I can't do the math in my head, but I was trying to. It seemed like that 7-month figure was consistent with, potentially in terms of percentage, was consistent with what a full year
change that
should
we've been
produce.
seeing.
But it'd be helpful
Sure.
to have
Happy
those.
to.
Thank you.
Representative Ohm.
Yes, thank you. I have a question on economic growth versus tax growth. And the basis for my question is a recent Kiplinger letter I got talking about economic growth in the total country. They've said the growth is 2.8% last year and declining to 2.4% this year. And we're forecasting 8% tax growth here in New Hampshire. Can you comment on the correlation between the tax growth and the economic growth here in New Hampshire?
Sure. So I think the easiest way to discuss that is just to equate economic growth to GDP, right? Change in gross domestic product. So we've looked over the years to see whether and how strong a correlation might be between GDP and the change in the tax revenue in New Hampshire for the business taxes. And I think there's a few things that make it so that there's not a direct correlation. One is the timing. So when you're talking about the timing of growth in the economy, because of how taxes are ultimately reported up to almost a year after the tax year closes, we don't always have that timely information to make that direct correlation. Second, there are things I think that make New Hampshire, I don't want to say necessarily unique, but we've talked about the fact that we have a variety of industries within New Hampshire. We're not heavily reliant on any one or two industries, but that the makeup of our industries might be different than the general economy that is referenced within GDP. We might have more manufacturing or less manufacturing, more healthcare, less healthcare, different technology companies. And so the makeup of, we're not just an exact subset of the national economy. So I think that creates a difference as well.
So now you said there, in answering that question, there's a delay between GDP and tax filings, which makes sense. Is there a way to compare GDP with, I mean, knowing that it's skewed, GDP with the tax return, it's probably like more like 6 months. I don't know. Is it a year? You said a year later, but
It's tough because of that the estimates are filed somewhat timely across the tax year, but they only need to be essentially equal to the prior year's liability in order to avoid any penalties.
right.
And if you have a credit on file, which we know many taxpayers do, then that gives you some more leeway as well. And so it's hard to get the whole picture. And what we really need is that information off of the tax return to see where various line items have changed to make the picture complete. And then that is so delayed.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Seeing no more questions, we'll
Okay.
continue.
So we come up with the range for fiscal year 25 and then the growth rate from 26 and 27. You'll see it's 3 to 8% in both years. And that's based on taxpayers kind of finishing their adjustment to their estimated payments. The estimated payments have now been kind of right-sized, if you will, in fiscal year 24. And the first half of 25. And so now we go into more of a true reflection of estimates to what's happening in the economy. And then in 27, this, kind of is just the general growth that you would see in the business profits and business enterprise tax. From the slides from my prior presentations, business taxes do fluctuate quite a bit from year to year. But when you remove the noise, you remove the years where there's a large growth or a large decline, 3 to 8% is kind of the more classic growth that you would see in the taxes from year to year. So I am forecasting an increase. It's a bit of a wider range just because of the uncertainty relative to what the estimated payments are going to look like for calendar year 25. But I don't think we're going to continue to see a significant decline in revenues. The CCO cap is now fully in effect, and businesses, I believe, have kind of done that right sizing of their estimated payments. Okay, moving on to page 3. The meals and rentals tax, just as a reminder, the majority of the tax, about 80%, is meals, 18% is rooms, and 2% are motor vehicle rentals. Year to date, we are 6.9 million or 3.3% ahead of plan, and 6.8 million or 3.3% ahead of prior year. Things to think about is how inflation has impacted the cost of meals, travel trends that we've seen, post-pandemic. As we've talked about, I think everybody realized how much they like to eat out and how much they like to travel. And so we've kind of seen a new norm relative to travel and the benefits to M&R revenue associated with that. And then 2 things that are unique to the meals and rentals tax. There is a transfer, as we talked about, to the municipal revenue fund. This goes to municipalities. This is roughly 30% of the tax. It's a little bit more of a convoluted calculation than that, but it's roughly 30%. And then school building aid debt service, which there is a schedule for that. Both of those, Chris has a lovely calculator for that, and he will calculate those for you. So all you need to worry about is kind of the gross revenue, and then he'll do the calculations to deduct the municipal revenue transfer and the school building aid. So you don't need to worry about that. So for fiscal year 25, we're looking at a gross M&R amount of 475.1 million to 479.1 million. When you take out the transfers to the municipal revenue fund and the school building aid, you get a net range of 331.9 million to 335.9. It's a pretty small range. M&R is fairly predictable. The low assumes actual revenue for the first 7 months, and then we assume plan for the remainder of the year. We are about 3.3% ahead, so that would assume that that amount ahead of plan does decline. And then for the high, this assumes the actual revenue for the first 7 months, and then assumes that we continue at that 3.3% for the remainder of the year. Looking at growth ranges for 26 and 27, you'll see 2 to 5% in each year. That low of 2% is less than what we're seeing now, so it assumes that there is some slowing to the revenue, whether that's the result of inflation increasing or prices increasing, and that getting to a point where consumers decide to consume fewer meals and room rentals. And then the 5% is just, again, very typical growth year over year to M&R. That's kind of our average growth rate. And so that's what I would put at the high end.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I think it's too early to be estimating this, but there seems to be a lot of distress among the people in the middle and the lower levels of our income span because the cost of housing has grown so high and a number of other things like that. Cost of eggs And I'm wondering if there's any sign that fewer people are eating out at this point, or whether they're going down to Burger King instead of to Three Tomatoes, which is one of the fanciest places in Lebanon.
So we have seen, when you compare to prior year, during fiscal year 25, we have seen some fluctuation. So if you're looking at July, for instance, which would be based on sales in June, July was 6% ahead of prior year. August was 2% below. September was ahead by 6. October was 3% below. November and December were both good months at 8 and 10% ahead of prior year. And then January was 1% below. So to your point, I think there might be a little bit of an impact of folks kind of reevaluating what sort of disposable income they have, or what portion of their income they want to spend on things that are taxable under M&R. So if that were to be a significant consideration, then I think going with the low end of the range, that would move you towards the lower end of the range.
And if I could just
Follow up.
follow up, all of that gets distorted by, was there good weather or bad weather in X month?
Sure. I think we had a pretty good foliage season.
Yeah.
And that might be what we're seeing reflected in the November and December, which would be October and November revenue. I personally like the snow. I know that's not a universal feeling, but these bits of snow that we've been getting, I think there's more snow forecasted for Thursday and maybe again over the weekend. That's great. Traffic on 93 going north has been quite busy, and so that will be beneficial to us, minus having to deal with the snow.
Yes.
When you said January was down 1%, is that from the previous January?
That's from the previous January.
Okay.
Yep. And that little of a change could honestly just be due to the municipal revenue transfer, because that's the net amount, not the gross. And the municipal revenue transfer is based on the prior year revenue. So we could have had a higher transfer in that month, which would result in just that little decrease.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Did I see someone else? No? Okay. Thank you.
Tobacco tax. So fiscal year to date, we are 18.1 million, or 14% below plan. We are 5.6 million, or 4.8% below prior year. Stamp sales are declining. We've talked about that, but other tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, those sales have been growing. And other things to consider, again, as we've discussed, availability of products in surrounding states and that cross-border elasticity. How much demand are we seeing from people coming across the border to buy tobacco products here in New Hampshire? So for fiscal year 25, again, we have a pretty tight range of 182.6 million to 185.3 million. That low assumes that the 14% that we are currently below plan, that would stay for the remainder of the remainder of this year for the last 5 months. So basically the trend against plan will just continue. And then the high assumes that the remainder of the year will actually go back to being what it was in the prior year. So even though we're 4.8% below prior year, that maybe we've kind of reached the bottom and that we will be equal to prior year for the last 5 months. Looking at fiscal year 26, the range is -5% to -3%. And then for 27, we're at -3% to just flat growth. Those of you who have been on the committee for a while might know that -3% was always kind of my go-to recommendation for tobacco tax revenue prior to the taxation of e-cigarettes. It was just a pretty constant trend, -3% year over year. We then had COVID and the banning of products in other states, which increased our revenue. but we are seeing that kind of trail off and kind of go back to normal trends. So that's where that kind of minus 3% comes from. Any questions on tobacco?
Representative Elmy, look like you have a question.
Yes, I think we may have discussed this before. We have an extremely low tax on cannabis products, and we know that is growing, that people are switching from cigarettes that we tax at fairly high rates but lower than everybody else around us, and there is a gulf between that and what we're taxing cannabis products at. Is there any way, do you think it would make a significant difference to segregate out that product and multiply it by 2 or something like that?
When you say cannabis, do you mean e-cigarettes?
E-cigarettes.
Yeah. Okay. So.
And other vaping.
And other vaping products. So just as a reminder, e-cigarettes are taxed, as Representative Almy said, at a different rate than traditional cigarettes and at a different rate than other tobacco products. And that rate depends on whether they're a closed system or an open system, where you're just buying the liquid as opposed to a closed system where everything's contained, and when you're done with it, you throw it out. We could look at what the impact would be if just e-cigarettes continued to grow. Let me just look at where we are. So fiscal year to date, we're basically flat to prior year relative to e-cigarette revenue. It fluctuates month to month, but basically at this time last year in fiscal year 24, we had $5.5 million in revenue related to e-cigarettes. And in fiscal year 25 through January, we have 5.45. So we're about $500,000 off. So, sure. So fiscal year 24 through January, e-cigarette revenue was $5.5 million. In fiscal year 25 through January, e-cigarette revenue was 5.45. Where we are seeing growth recently is relative to other tobacco products that are not e-cigarettes. So those are taxed at the full OTP rate of 65.03%. That has grown 20% year to date.
What are other tobacco products?
So that would be your pipe tobacco, your loose tobacco, your chewing tobacco, your
Lucy's single cigarettes, blunts.
Yep. Any sort of like pouch, or I am not well versed in tobacco products, but any sort of like pouch that you would put in your mouth, those sorts of non-combustible.
I
Yeah.
used to call them bandits.
There's lots of terms.
That was 45 million?
So that was last year, fiscal year to date through January, for other tobacco products that are not e-cigarettes, was 14.4 million. And this year, fiscal year to date through January, were 17.3 million. So combined, e-cigarettes and other tobacco products year to date were right around 20 million, a little bit higher than 20 million. Total tobacco tax revenue year to date is 111 million. So still the majority of our revenue is coming from stamped cigarettes.
Okay.
Could I just get a clarification?
Yes.
On the e-cigs include the open system?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you. In the past, we've benefited substantially from Vermont, Maine, and Massachusetts. won't say anything about New York people bringing. But anyway, the question is, do you have a historical analysis of a percentage of increase that takes place when our biggest competitor, Massachusetts, would raise X number of cents, New Hampshire benefits Y number of cents, or maybe X plus cents?
I don't have that offhand. It's something that we could look into. The only thing that I would caution based on recent history is, and the best example is when Massachusetts banned flavored products, right? So you couldn't buy menthol cigarettes in Massachusetts anymore. That resulted in a pretty significant increase in demand for menthol cigarettes in New Hampshire. We heard that from the wholesalers, we heard that from the retailers. It's not a forever bump. It tends to bump at the initial change, and then either it has the intended effect of the ban and people decide not to purchase that product anymore, or they find other ways to purchase it other than coming across the border. So whether they purchase it online or do something else. So sometimes those bumps result, or sometimes those changes result in an initial bump, but it's not a sustained change or increase to the revenue.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Both with meals and rooms, and since we're a tourist state, both with meals and rooms and with tobacco, it seems to me that that initial bump, based upon concurrent changes in tax law of our neighbors, plus the arc that follows that, might be beneficial for prognostication. If we know that, for example, Massachusetts has already indicated that they are raising their taxes by some stupid number to raise less money, okay, that would benefit us in a certain category, a percentage range. Real dollars aren't important because they've stopped being important. It's the percentage of change. So if we have some idea what the bump is, and
Yep.
then what the following arc is,
Yep.
whether it's up or down, would give us an idea on these
Where
two
you-
tourist taxes.
Right, exactly. Where you
Or
would,
this one and alcohol as well. I mean,
right, where you would want to be within the growth range.
right.
Yep.
And I'm also aware that liquor is spending some strong energy on border stores to take advantage of that. But if we had some real numbers, I think liquor and your tobacco retailers could then rely on, maybe I need to hire a couple of more people,
Right, or
maybe
this
I
is-
don't.
sure.
Whatever. It's that information would be beneficial. Thank you.
Sure,
Mr.
let
Chair.
us,
Well,
let-
let me just say, isn't the information you're asking for presupposes that mass is increasing? And are they in the process of increasing?
Yes, Mr. Chair, mass is in the process, they always are, but is in the process of increasing,
Do we
from
know
what
how?
I've heard, on radio programs and, the news and stuff like that. It's anecdotal at this point until they actually do. But when they actually do, we benefit. And it would be interesting to know what we benefit and whether the follow-on is I'm looking for, rather than anecdotal, we know we benefit, but what do we benefit is the question.
sure, let us go back and see if we can find a time where we can really isolate a rate change. One concern, so when they banned the flavored products in Massachusetts, it was also at a time that we were just seeing increased consumption overall due to COVID. So I don't think I have a way to isolate that, and I wouldn't want to conflate the two. But let us look back at when they've done just strict rate changes and see if we can see what might happen. See if we have any data that would show. what
Yeah,
we're looking
I
at.
would suggest going back to when Representative Almy was chair and Representative Major were chair. We had a similar discussion, 5-7 years ago? Yeah. But it
See if
should
we can
remain-
isolate it.
Yeah,
Sure.
thank you.
Representative Ohm?
Yeah, I just had kind of a high level question here. We're talking about numbers around $29 million, but looking at the chart that says tobacco tax, 182 million. So is that the national settlement that makes up that big chunk?
Oh no, so when I was saying the number that I was quoting was fiscal year to date. So we have 111 million in tax fiscal year to date, and roughly 20 million of that revenue fiscal year to date is from OTP and e-cigarettes. So you don't have the full, so the 185 is the 5 more months of revenue. You don't have the full year in that. The tobacco settlement, I believe, is going to be estimated separately with numbers provided by the Department of Justice.
If I'm understanding his concern, when you look at low of 29.7, if that's 7 months, you're never going to get to 180.
Sorry, that it's written a little awkwardly. That's 29.7 million or 14% below plan.
So in those first 7 months, or is that?
At the end of the year, the low estimate assumes that we would end the year
Oh, I see.
29.7
That's the
million
total. Okay.
or 14. It's just a coincidence that it's very close to the other numbers that we were
Okay.
talking
Thank you.
about.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. Another thing that worked back in the day when I was first chair, Brian Gottlob came in. He's the gentleman, the conservative economist who used to be a consultant that is producing all of our labor work estimates at this point. He did a analysis of what was affecting the tobacco tax revenues, and the thing that came out strongest was the difference between the price of gas in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, Connecticut, on down through even New York, that people would come up knowing they could get a lot cheaper gas at the same time that they were getting cheaper cigarettes, and maybe go skiing or something. And it was an interesting analysis, and we haven't been looking at that lately, and I don't know whether it would be worth looking at it again.
I think part of that, I remember that analysis. I think part of that assumes that the main way that people purchase cigarettes is in person,
Yeah.
which I believe is true, but I think there's probably more of an online availability of certain products at this point, more so than 5-10 years ago. But yes, there was the price of gas was definitely a factor in the number of
Yeah.
stamps that we were selling, packs of cigarettes that we were selling.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, follow up?
Yeah, well, just for information purposes, the tobacco settlement requires, and I think does some of the work themselves, that we go after any untaxed New Hampshire consumers of tobacco online.
Yes, there's diligent enforcement provisions within the tobacco settlement in order to ensure that we
We
continue to
lose a
receive
lot
that
of money if we don't do it.
Correct. I've got a whole group at DRA that's their job is to audit tobacco. So for diligent enforcement purposes. Okay, on to page 5, interest and dividends tax. I'm just going to cut to the chase on this because there's a lot going on here. And I think really what you need to know is that the tax was repealed as of January 1st, 2025. We will receive revenue in 2025 for tax year 2024, but we're not going to receive April and June estimated payments in 25, and we're not going to really receive any money in 26 or 27. I would if you assume that the revenue that we receive without the tax being repealed was going to be equal in 25 to 24, so no change. And then you apply the repeal based on the timing of historically how revenues have been received. Revenue for fiscal year 25 would be 134.3 million. You would have 8.7 million of revenue in 26, and then you would have no revenue in 27. So you
I'm
can
sorry, what was 26 again?
26 was 8.7 million. So that can essentially be your revenue estimates. 8.7 in 26 and none in 27. That 8.7 residual in 26 is we still have audit and enforcement and collection authority. Not everyone is able to file their returns and pay on time. So there is a little bit of residual in any year that we're collecting from prior years. So that 8.7 is just kind of showing a little bit of residual that will come in fiscal 26. And then I wouldn't count on any revenue in 27.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. Your blue section says that you don't believe there's going to be any significant revenue coming out in 26 or 27.
Correct. 8.7, so just under 10 million is essentially the result in 8.7 and then in 26 and then nothing in 27. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Page 6 is the communication services tax. This is one of the smaller tax types, roughly $30 million. So fiscal year to date, we're 400,000 or 2.3 million below plan and 900,000 or 4.9% below prior year. Again, we've talked about this in the prior sessions. This is just a shift in how people are using two-way communications, the move away from having a cell phone and a landline, and then also kind of the shift in your billing on your cell phone plan and dedicating more of your bill towards your data as opposed to your voice or two-way communication. So the range for fiscal year 25, again, is quite small, 29.1 million to 30 million. The low assumes the first 7 months of 25 plus the 4.9% that we've been below plan for the last 5. And then the high assumes that we meet plan. In terms of growth rates for 26 to 27, minus 3% to 0. So again, as we've talked about, we've seen a bit of a decline in the tax, but it seems to have kind of evened out. So I wouldn't expect it to grow, but I wouldn't expect it to significantly decline.
And is that decline primarily, the 3% decline, primarily landlines going away?
I would say at this point, it's probably the shift in your billing on your cell phone, dedicating more of your cell phone bill to data, which is not taxable, and less to texting and voice, which is taxable.
I see. Okay. Did
And-
anyone have,
Just for reference, CST fell just about 3% from 22 to 23, grew slightly from 23 to 24. But it's been fairly consistent at that 30 million over the past few years.
do we have any idea why it grew from 23 to 24?
It honestly could just be the timing of payments. And when we say grew, it grew from 30.1 million to 30.6 million.
Okay,
So
yeah.
that could just be a timing difference in terms of potentially a late payment or an early payment.
I guess I'm just looking at these numbers again. 22 to 23 went down 3%. 23 to 24 grew slightly. So it's
L-
not like, so I understand, even though it's potentially a timing issue, a decrease of 3% for over the next 2 years, each year might actually be too much.
Well, looking further back from that, there was a decrease from 20 to 21 of 0.5%, from 19 to 20, a 3.6% decrease. So I'm not seeing any, like looking backwards, I'm not really seeing any growth. That's why I think that 1.7%, 1% growth is probably just an anomalous. I wouldn't forecast any growth related to this tax.
Okay. But it's possible that the 3% decline in both those years could be, well, that's why you have it on the low range. Yeah, okay.
Right. I think that's the worst case scenario.
All right, thank you.
Page 7, real estate transfer tax. So fiscal year to date, we are 8.9 million or 6.5% below plan. And we are 8.6 million or 7.2% ahead of prior year. So we're seeing, as we've talked about, a little bit of a recovery relative to the real estate transfer tax. You will need to estimate the gross, and then there is a $5 million transfer to the Affordable Housing Fund that happens every year. So that will come out after you've applied your growth, and Chris will handle that for you. Things to consider: mortgage interest rates at their current rates, they seem to be steady. I think that has likely pushed people out of the market. But at some point, if they remain where they are, people are going to get tired of waiting. If they don't think that mortgage rates are going to come down, I think you will see people enter the market. Median sale prices, as we talked about, have remained high. And then the lack of inventory continues to be a problem. So for fiscal year 25, the low after transfers of 197.7 and a high of 201.1. The low assumes that the remaining 5 months of the year will be at that 7.2% ahead of prior year. And the high assumes that we will reach plan in each of the months remaining. I will say that 7% ahead of prior year, that has been effectively growing each month. We've been performing quite well compared to prior year. So there is a bright light. We started the year in July at 3% below. August was 6% below that same month in a prior year, but then we've grown 14, 16, 12, 10, and 15% for each month respectively. So RET is showing some signs of life after a couple years of decline.
Representative Elmy?
I think that this would be a question for the realtors, but how much of this may be the growth in corporations, investment companies investing in New Hampshire housing and then raising the rents on rentals? We've had some of that effect, I think, in Lebanon.
If you bear with me for 1 second. So if it is a real estate holding company that's transferring ownership in holding companies, those are reported to us separately, and they don't come through the counties. I can say, though, that the county transaction totals fiscal year to date are 3% ahead of the prior year. So we are, I think, just seeing, not to say that what you're discussing Representative Almy isn't happening. But I will say that that is not the sole reason why we're seeing an increase in RET. We're seeing underlying increase in transactions at the county level. So potentially multiple things going on there.
Representative Spar.
Wouldn't the increase also be the fact that we've seen substantial appreciation of property and you've got a transfer tax that's based on the value of the property?
Correct. So whenever we talk about the real estate transfer tax, we have to talk about both sides, which is you can have the higher transaction amounts and decreased transaction numbers. You can have higher transaction numbers at lower costs, but at some point that breaks. I think what we're seeing right now is both. We're seeing the transaction volume increase and we are at historic highs for the median prices. So I think both of those things are driving the real estate transfer tax revenue at this point.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, could you just, you indicated, you were just saying month by month, the comparison of 25 to 24.
Yeah.
And if I'm remembering, or if I heard it correctly, it sounded like we were doing better in months that would not typically be favorable to real estate sales, like the winter months.
Correct.
Or late fall, winter. Am I getting that right?
You're right. And so those numbers that I was reading off were comparison to the same month in the prior year. And to that same point, we are seeing increases in the transaction volumes, again, same months to the prior year. So these are months that if we were seeing decreases, I would just say, yep, that's what happens. This is just a tough time of year to sell a house. Nobody likes to take pictures of a house with snow in the front yard. You know, it always looks better with flowers. But it seems like there is increased activity that's enough to kind of overcome those lower months.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up?
So did I just hear you correctly? So at least compared to prior year, it's not just an increase in amount. It's not just an increase in the value of the property. It's also an increase in the number of transactions.
Correct. Correct.
Which may be indicative of people getting tired of waiting, perhaps.
Right. Getting tired of waiting, acknowledging that maybe the interest rates are not going to come down as fast as they went up and needing to kind of jump into the pool.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Vors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So approximately, if you have an idea, how far would the rates have to come down in order to stimulate buying, just the rates themselves?
The other half of that equation is you need the inventory. So they've got to come down enough to put people into the market, but then there need to be enough houses for those people to buy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's outside of my expertise.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up?
So if you would pass on to the Realtor Association that, you know, it's not a problem here in New Hampshire with snow, right? I mean, we have no bad weather.
Right.
What they need are pictures with kids and
Yeah.
smiles holding skis.
Right. You can't see how dead the grass is on my lawn when it's covered in snow.
Okay. Any more?
The maple leaves. It's a-
Right.
All right. No more questions on that.
Okay, last tax. Utility property tax. Again, relatively small, somewhere around 45 million each year. But fiscal year to date, we're 1.3 million or 5.8% ahead of plan. And we are 0.6 million or 2.5% below prior year. As a refresher, this is a tax where DRA determines the value of the utility property. That property owner pays $6.60 per thousand of their valuation. So as property values fluctuate, that will obviously impact the tax. Any new property that's brought online would increase the tax. And then taxpayers do have the opportunity, even though we set the value, they have the opportunity to appeal it. And so if they do appeal it and we reach an agreement that the value is less, they have a credit that's on file. So the credit on file can sometimes fluctuate the flow of money from month to month. So our low estimate for fiscal year 25 of 44.3 million assumes that we reach plan for the remainder of the year. And then the high assumes that we would reach prior year revenue for the remainder of the year. Again, very tight, 44.3 million to 46.1 million. And then a pretty relatively low growth range of 0 to 3% in each of the next 2 years. I don't anticipate significant fluctuations in the values of these properties.
Okay, Representative Elmy? Yeah.
Thanks. This, the utility property tax has been benefiting from increases in green energy, to use a word that some people don't like. And Trump is trying to close it all down. Is this going to have some effect?
So the amount of taxable property, so whether there's new property or coming online or property that goes offline would impact the tax. But these estimates don't assume significant fluctuations to that extent.
Representative Ullery?
There's proposed legislation. I know you don't deal with proposed legislation. So we're going to ask you about proposed legislation.
Sure.
That will, regarding energy generators.
The generators, yep.
Yeah, they will not be paying the UPT, but they will be paying an increased rate if it's shifted over to
The statewide education.
property
project.
taxes and swept. Is that correct?
Correct. So that proposed legislation would take generators, utility generators, out of paying the utility property tax. So let me back up for a second. What happens today is that those utilities that pay this utility property tax, this revenue goes 100% to the education trust fund. So those utilities do not pay the statewide education property tax known as SWEPT. So they don't contribute to the 363 million that needs to be raised from SWEPT because they're paying into the education trust fund as part of this utility property tax. The bill that Representative Ullery is referring to would take electric generators or utility generators out of the utility property tax, and instead they would contribute to the 363.1 million of SWEPT that needs to be raised. So that would decrease the amount of the utility property tax, and that bill would be reflected on the surplus statement. So you would still estimate it as if they're paying it, and then we work with the LBA with the fiscal note of the impact to UPT relative to removing the generators, and that would get included on the surplus statement.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then very simply on the last page, this just summarizes everything into one handy dandy chart. So you have our range for 25, and then the range of growth rates for 26 and the range of growth rates for 27. So this just takes everything and puts it in one nice, easy to reference place.
Nice. Questions? Yes, Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. I had this question at the very beginning that I wanted to ask. Your blue stripes through here, your estimated 25 to 27, estimated ranges. Taking your analysis, your department's analysis of everything that's been going on this past year, do you have these estimated revenue ranges starting in 2016 forward? Did your department make the same analysis? And the reason I'm asking is I'd like to be able to look for what you're doing now, because it's a turbulent time we're in, all right, in the economy. I'd like to be able to look back and see how close your estimates were to your crystal ball might be clearer than our crystal ball.
Okay.
I don't know if you can do that or not. I know that Representative Opal asked about what was your liability and estimated payment thing. I know he asked about that. And then on your revenue at the very end, your chart, would you be able to put that kind of chart together for that same request for 16 forward, for those biennium years, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21? I don't know if that's too much work, but it's like a baseball player, after so many years, they start to, maybe their average is not good enough, or they're not for the team, and you might want to look for.
I'm afraid.
No, not you're going anywhere. I'm just trying to put this together so that we might go, oh, that might be too high or too low compared to what's happened in the past.
Sure. Yeah. Let me think about the best.
It's
I want to be able to present it in a way that's easy to understand. So we'll look at that and see what we can do. And then you'll know how accurate our estimates are.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I think that the LOB, LBAO, sorry, I didn't get much sleep last night, is capable of pulling that together. You've got this information in every single year going back in your records, and it might make it easier for us anyway.
I'm happy to do it. I'm only going to do the years since I've been commissioner, though. So I want you to have a true reflection
That's the problem.
of,
Right.
for better or worse.
Oh, but then we could see the worse or the better.
Right. I don't want to throw anybody else under the bus.
Chris, did you have?
But I just think, to Representative Almey's point, yes, we could help with that. We do have most of that information. I might need to get some of the older years. That used to be paper in our office, and I'm not sure we have it still. But much of it's online as well on our website. And I think just one clarification, you're just looking for the estimates that they provide when you prepare the initial budget, not any revised estimates that come throughout the biennium.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could
Yeah,
I
follow
bring up something else? Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. We have the ability, if we've got a computer that will print it, to print out these massive charts that we get every month at the end of the month from DRA about the amount of money that came in, the amount of money compared to the prior year, the amount of money that was refunded, the amount of money in estimates, all of the other things. It might be interesting if people haven't been looking at that, and I haven't been able to print it out until 10 days ago.
Are you talking about the revenue focus?
No, not the revenue focus. This is it comes to you every month from the DRA, and it provides you every single month of the year on past and comparison to the prior year.
Okay.
And it gives you all of these different parts of the picture of where you end up.
Right. So it's DRA's month-end reports. We circulate those very close to the last day of the month. It is the data essentially that feeds into the revenue focus. Much of when I was quoting various comparisons to prior year in our conversation this morning, that's what I was looking at, is our month-end reports. So I think it is a lot of data. It's a lot, there's a lot going on there. I think you all this morning hit on the things that are probably most important in those reports. Those reports are also summarized in some of the other presentations I've given in terms of business estimates, extensions, returns. So I think we've talked about a lot of what's in those reports, but certainly anybody wants to dive deep with us, there's more information in there.
And the problem with those reports is that there is no way to be able to read them unless you have the ability to either read them online or print them on legal paper. And that does limit the use of them by most people, because they'll just look at this and say, this is too much. We can't get through it online. We don't have a way to print it out. My printer, I didn't have a printer for a whole month and a half this winter.
Are they formatted in legal?
Yes.
You could, they're
size?
formatted so that you can print them in legal. Yep. The font gets small just as we try to get as much information
Yeah.
as possible.
If-
So
if
it's
you
a constant battle.
If you print them the other way, you will need a magnifying glass usually.
Yeah,
Font's
well,
getting smaller all the time.
yeah. Or you scroll, well, it depends the type of computer. I, with my fingers, I can expand it on my computer, so, but if you can't, yeah, that would be, Representative Spar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is very helpful with the revenue estimates. We haven't touched on, I just wanted to ask, are we going to lottery, insurance premium? I think there were a couple,
We already-
liquor.
Fortunately, those are not my, fortunately or unfortunately, DRA doesn't collect those revenue
we-
Okay,
sources.
gotcha.
So
Thank you.
Right, and we had lottery and so forth present to us. And Crochet has put that into, I believe those things are probably in this worksheet we have now on our desk. Okay. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, this may be beyond the scope. This may be overwhelming, but it occurs to me that, and this may even address potentially Representative Ulrich's question. You've done, I think, a very nice job in terms of sort of pointing out with each tax things that we need to consider. I'm wondering, as you're putting together the scorecard, you know, to stick with the baseball analogy, you know, if a player's injured one year, his stats are going to be down. There are obviously factors that may have impacted positively or negatively whether an estimate in 2 years in advance was, you know, for example, COVID is obviously the big one. I'm just wondering if there is some ability in a macro sense
sure.
to put some context behind the numbers.
Sure. I was thinking of that exactly as I was worried how my scorecard was going to stack up. There are a few things I think over the time period that we'll want to highlight. One is the Tax Cut and Jobs Act in 2017. The impact of COVID, we very much, revenue estimates decreased not just by DRA, but all the way through the legislature significantly. And then we outperformed those because we fortunately didn't realize the impact that we thought that we might see. So we can certainly footnote those sorts of things for you to increase my average.
Follow up. I mean, just, you know, as Representative Ulrich said, it might be an opportunity to sort of take a look at what our neighboring states were
States have
doing
done.
with, for
Sure.
example, the tobacco tax.
Sure. Yep, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the commissioner? One more, yes.
I would love to have those footnotes.
We'll do our best.
Forget the effective Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and
Yeah,
things
we'll
like that.
we'll do our best with those footnotes. I don't, you know, we could probably put half a dozen in every year, which I think would diminish the effectiveness of the footnote. And so we'll certainly, but try to hit the high points. And certainly in years when we did not perform close to what the estimates were. If we performed quite well to the estimates, I might leave the footnote out.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So just wanted to make sure the members did see the worksheet I dropped on your tables in front of you. I also emailed that out to you last week in PDF as well as in an Excel document so that if you wanted to have it on your computer and make adjustments to it as you were thinking about your revenue estimates, you could do that. What you don't have in there right now is what the commissioner just presented to you today is the basically the DRA related revenues. I didn't want to try to guess that before I actually heard her speak today, so.
And to
But I
that
will
end-
update that.
to that
And
end-
if you recall,
Yeah.
when I presented to you the first day, when we talked about the worksheet, there'll be a page that will take all those ranges and grow them and show you, what the high and the low is in terms of the percentage. So you'll have numbers. I'll take those numbers and I'll plug them into the worksheet. So basically, it just grows it from year to year. So if the low is at 0 in the 26 and then 0 and 27, it's going to stay the same. If there's a growth from 26 to 27, that'll be the growth in the low. And then I do the same for the high. So that the range becomes a little bit larger when you do it that way. This is done this way because several years ago, our office used to do an average of those ranges. And the committee decided that it didn't want that anymore, that it wanted the range to be able to work in between. In terms of the month-end reports, I can forward the email that you would have all received from DRA when I get back to the office so that you would get that right now, or essentially today, so you could see the reports that are being talked about. And as the commissioner indicated, some of the responses to the questions today, she was using some of those month-end reports, which go back several years in some instances, and it's on a month-to-month comparison. And in where it's appropriate, I can try to actually print some of those on the legal page for you and bring it back at lunch in the afternoon so that you have that. So if there's any other questions or concerns or issues that you guys might have, let me know and we'll try to address that.
So will you have a consolidated, you'll have something to give us tomorrow morning for DRA?
I will. I
Okay.
will. I'll update this at the end of the day. Unless for some crazy reason I can get it done at the lunch hour. But if I can update it before I come back at 1, I will. If not, I'll have it done by the end of the day and I'll email it out again for you to have tonight. So when you come back in the morning, you'll have the latest and greatest based on what you heard today.
Can we get a printout as well?
Yes.
For tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'll always come with a printout, but I will always send it electronically because there's a combination of what people like to do
Oh,
with
yeah.
it.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Chris. Yes, Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I don't remember ever having the draft CAFR come out this late. Do you have any idea of how much variation there may be from
So
what that says?
we don't expect a lot of variation from what you see in this report. I just noted it in case there is any slight adjustments before the final. The extension was through the end of March, so the report should be almost finalized. But the biggest reason for giving you the information is the liquor number from the cash at the end of the year to what you see in the ACFR and what they presented to you was slightly different. It was about a $15 to $20 million adjustment. And it had to do with some of the shifting from their old computer system to their new computer system and reconciling some of the numbers related to that. So I didn't want you to be using a higher number if you were looking at what 24 was estimated at.
Wow. And it takes that long to just fix that one section.
Well, they're auditing the liquor commission and they need to reconcile to make sure that the numbers that they're looking at are truly the numbers that should be reconciled. So there's a growth or learning that's occurring with the auditors, with the agency, and understanding that the migration from the old system to the new system and how those two interacted and what they should be seen as a result of that migration. So that's taken a little longer than expected. Some of the reports that the auditors typically get earlier in the process didn't come until much later. And then they're trying to understand what those reports are and if they contain the accurate information. So that's what some of the delay has been related to that portion.
Thanks.
Anyone have any questions for Chris? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Chris.
So I think we're coming back at 1 o'clock to maybe do some of the easier pieces of revenue estimating.
That would be the plan. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and we'll do some of the easier ones. We'll
Okay.
definitely have to spend more time on business taxes and things like that. Okay. All right. So that's pretty much it for this morning. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and start doing a work session on this stuff. Thank you.
For the Democrats present, it's the Webster Room. And I don't know whether we should just go there now or.
Well, why don't everybody, some people are going to have the cafeteria.
Yeah,
Although this
I was bullied into bringing my lunch, which makes it pretty difficult.
Actually, could all the Republicans stay in this room for a short time?
Or not, your choice.
How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Why would you want to do that?
6, 7, 9. Good, there's 9 of us here. That's good.
Yes, I understand.
Well, 1:05. We will get started on our, and now that we've heard from all the agencies, we've heard from DRA, we've heard from liquor, lottery, and so forth. And as Chris mentioned this morning, we have these worksheets in front of us, which deal with all the other agencies we've heard from except DRA, which that'll be integrated in for tomorrow's session, tomorrow's meeting, I should say. So before we get started looking at some of these, I just wanted to go around a little bit and see if people have just, in general, thoughts on where they think the economy is headed over the next year or two. Because ultimately, when we look at all these revenues, we have to decide on high range, low range, or maybe out of range, maybe something different. And as we do that, we not only look at, what's happening, for example, the tobacco tax. We know less people are smoking. That's not necessarily an economic issue. But so I just want to go around, if you don't want to speak, you don't have to. Just kind of anyone who's interested wants to just say what their thoughts on the economy in the next year or two are. I'm going to start with that. So I'll start over here on Cyril's. Cyril, do you want to say something?
Sure. So, from what we're seeing already, it's a different administration. We're already seeing things stabilize. Businesses are reporting where they couldn't decide what was going to happen from quarter to quarter. I've read articles where businesses have an outlook of stability. So I think we're going to see the nation's economy improve. I think by the current administration's push for energy, we're going to see energy prices decline. And I believe once we see the energy prices declining, which I'm already seeing that where I buy gas, it's come down about 6 cents a gallon. I think we're going to see that everything is driven by energy. So we're going to see our grocery prices decline, fuel for the heating of our homes decline. And if we're drilling, if we start exporting, we're already exporting energy, but if we start exporting a lot more energy, as I would guess it's going to happen just like it was 4 years ago, then I really think the economy's in for a real good shot in the arm. I think we're going to see great things. I think we're going to see the interest rates come down. And I'm very optimistic about the next couple of years. I think we're going to see sometime by midsummer, we're going to see fuel prices down, interest rates down. That's why I was asking Lindsay about what the impact could be on the housing industry. Mm-hmm. But I think we're going to see those rates coming down very soon.
Okay. Representative Murphy, did you want to add anything?
Yes, I think the tax reform, I think will end up getting, it's going to end up passing at the federal level, and that's going to put more money back in the hands of the small business owner and also, I think, the average American. So that may help our tourism industry, which is what I'm hoping. So hopefully those meals and other taxes will benefit from that.
Okay, thank you. Representative Spar?
I worry about the debt load of this country. I think it's stifling our economy and will continue to be a problem with GDP. I do read the Wall Street Journal, and I'm concerned with a number of foreign countries that are substantially underwater. And I guess the last risk I feel is what's happening down in Washington and how that interacts also internationally. And does that put a lot of risk into the equation of what happens with our economy? And I think it does.
Okay. Representative Schamberg?
Mr. Chairman, my thoughts upon this biennium budget coming up and what we've heard so far is the reason I asked. I wanted to see, I think we've had a lot of revenue come into the state that was not particularly driven by our economic engines. And I think we're high in our approach to this. I think we should be a little bit concerned about all the new things Representative Spars talked about on economic policy coming out of Washington, D.C. And I think that we should look at a lower number on a lot of these.
Okay. Representative Opal?
It probably will come as no surprise that I respectfully disagree with most of what Representative Orr said. I think, in fact, the threat of tariffs has and will continue to destabilize business. I think we heard from both Commissioner Carswell and others who said that tariffs would have a dramatic, substantial impact on New Hampshire's economy in particular. Canada is our largest trading partner, and it could have, I believe the word he used was devastating impact. I think that is at best an open question, and I don't know that we have any real answer on that. And so, as far as that continues to be a sort of Damocles hanging over us, I'm not sure that we can do anything other than look at all of these revenues with the strictest possible approach. Thank you.
Representative Malloy?
Thank you. I think what's been said and probably what's going to be said is going to cover what your overall question is. But my concern for New Hampshire is housing and the ability to keep and retain workers. I think that's the drag on, if there is a drag on business right now, that's what's going to continue here. And that's what I focus on. And I hear that. I live in one of the most expensive housing communities in the United States, near Portsmouth and Greenland and Rockingham County. And that's all I hear, cost of housing. And I hear that from people who have a generation coming up behind them, their children, their kids, their grandkids. And that just puts a damper on a lot of things, even though a lot of other things are going well. But that's my focus.
Thank you. Representative Elmy?
Thank you. I'm hoping that we can discuss all of this through at least the lenses of our own realism, rather than as a political statement. But I'm finding it extremely difficult to guess how much longer the chaos in Washington is going to be there and what is coming out of it. And aside from the tariff wars, which we seem to be extremely close to now from Trump's statements, which would be disastrous for everybody in the world, including us, I'm really worried about what Elon Musk is doing to tear away the confidentiality of the financial records of a lot of the highest earning and largest corporations, and as well as the smaller businesses. He's going in there and getting control of their financial data. He himself is a heavy financial operator, and I think an awful lot of people must be very nervous at this point about competition and their ability to survive.
Representative Ulrich?
Thank you. I want to try not to be political, so I won't say too much about Elon Musk. As doing his limited legal analysis of various agencies, which is something that hasn't taken place. That being said, the tariff issue, I'm kind of reminded of what happened when tariffs were placed on European wines, mostly Italian and French. The American wine market took off. California and New York wines became very popular. And we even have wineries in New Hampshire. Interesting how that works. I'm also not very concerned about the tariff wars because nobody wants to have them. So people are willing to take a look at their own practices and work with their other trading partners. I think that has already been shown by various actions, most immediately by Mexico and by Canada, and even some of the South American countries regarding the repatriation of immigrants, but that's into the political realm. Within the United States, the current situation of too much money being on the market, the M2 number is huge, and being so large makes it difficult for there to be a real accounting as to the cost of eggs. Some of the fraud and deception that has recently been reported, including the unwarranted destruction of millions of chickens, laying chickens, for no reason other than the director ordered him destroyed. You begin to wonder if there's some machinations taking place that could cause damage. But within the first quarter, I think we're going to see a lowering of returns. But after the first quarter, I tend to agree with Representative Orrs that when the spring market comes in and we get rid of this white stuff that's complicating travel, we should probably see an increase. I'm optimistic, cautiously optimistic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Representative Spar, I tend to look at the financial press and think about some of the macro issues that are affecting the economy. And the ones I'm concerned about are primarily the federal deficit. We've added $8 trillion to the deficit. That affects us directly with interest rates. And interest rates directly affect our housing situation. With mortgage rates around 7%, people are not getting the turnover in housing that we would have expected, which affects our real estate transfer taxes. The data I have says that you need to get the rates down to about 5.5% to get into a normal supply and demand of the marketplace. That's when people will give up a mortgage and look at moving into another place. So I don't see the federal deficit coming down much in the next couple of years, probably still in the $1 trillion to $2 trillion range, which I think will keep interest rates high and keep treasuries, closer to 5% 10-year yields. And until that drops about half a point or more, I don't think we're going to see much effect onto our housing prices and housing revenue. On oil prices, the notes I have here say it looks like $75 to $80 a barrel for the next period, despite the fact that there's going to be more drilling going on and more sources of energy. So I hope that's going to bring prices down a bit. But the big unknown, of course, is the geopolitical risks, and that we don't have much control over. So I tend to be a little bit on the cautious side. The forecast that Kiplinger has for next year is basically 2.5% GDP growth, which is down from 2.8% this year. And I'm kind of inclined to say unless I could see other trends, I'm looking at a flat growth for the economy. in Nashua. Thank you, I'm sorry, New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Bolton.
But tell us, what about Nashua? No. So, yeah, it looks like we're probably, get maybe a 1.6, 2-point bump next year, but also they're talking about like a contraction the year after. So I don't think we're in for a great ride. As far as New Hampshire, I'll defer to our ranking, but with all the court cases kicking around, YDC, education, men's prison, that's not a court case. It's going to be kind of a rough ride to try to, backfill all that cost that's coming down the pike. And also housing is critical. Education is still pretty much up in the air as far as like funding and whether or not vouchers rule. And I think the costs, the interest rates are such that it's going to be a rough ride for many people that are kind of in limbo trying to look for a job and a house for the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sodi.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. New Hampshire is a small state that's pretty well run, and I think we're affected at the federal level more than anything else. And I think it looks like Trump this time around might have taken some inspiration from Javier Milei with the FWERA and getting rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think that's only going to be good for our debt and only going to be good for our country. So let the FWERA continue.
Representative Ford.
I'm cautiously optimistic. I am concerned about the national debt. It has worried me for years, and it seems like it's only increasing, and that's why the reduction of the federal workforce is important to me. I see the tariffs as a negotiating tool at this point. I don't know how much will become a reality, but I would like to think that the first quarter, because of the administrative change, it might be a little rocky, but I think it will increase by quarters 2, 3, and 4.
Thank you. Representative Breyer.
I'm more pessimistic than all of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, eventually, like Cyril said, the economy will be getting better.
I
don't think it's
apologize.
as fast.
Let me just apologize. Representative Tierney.
Okay.
I
don't think it's going to be
next.
anywhere near as fast. It may take place in the first quarter of the next federal fiscal year, but I don't think it's coming anywhere sooner than that. The debt is one thing that's holding it way, way back. And the only way you're going to get the debt under control is you don't spend more than you take in. And I don't see that happening anytime soon, regardless of who's in control.
Thank you. Now, Representative Breyer.
I think that what I know is the more fuel inventory you have, they're going to do more, actually produce more crude, more oil. As your inventory gets larger, the prices will come down, and the oil prices do tie into, because every product you have has to go to market, so there's a cost of transportation. So I agree with that comment. As far as interest rates, I think there's going to be some play with the interest rates, but not enough necessarily. I think New Hampshire's still going to have a housing crisis for the next 2 years. I don't think that's going to get resolved anytime soon. I'd be, like it's already been said, I'd be very cautious on what to expect, because I don't think there's going to be a lot of play in the revenue. And I do know that I used to be on the other side of the table providing estimates, and I know that a lot of thought goes in by the agencies when they're coming up with their estimates. And I will say that they are the experts, and I think we should trust them with the estimates. And that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. No, that's a good perspective from the other side of the table. Yeah, I guess my thought is that I'm optimistic for the longer term. I think as we look at the next year, even if we're in a more positive thought process, it's not going to happen immediately. I think probably for the next year, we may see a little bit of change, but I think it's going to be fairly flat. and with some potential upside for 2027. But I agree with the statements about the debt being awful large. I think the debt is close to 1 trillion now per year, which report I heard the other day is now larger than the defense budget. So that's just really bad. The debt needs to get under control, and that's going to stifle economic growth for the country and thus New Hampshire to some degree. So, yeah, so I think we need to be cautiously optimistic. Thank you. Okay, now let's take a look at what Crochet has put together for us. The first part of this is the General and Education Trust Fund worksheets, which includes, as you can see across the top, business taxes. So Chris, when you have business taxes, have you combined BET and BPT there?
Yeah, they are reported as a single number to the committee. You make your estimate based on that.
Okay.
As the committee may have seen in the revenue focus for the last, I think since August timeframe, the business taxes have been shown as a combined number because there was so much interaction between the BET and BPT. So some of the numbers in the BET were looking way off and it was causing a lot of confusion, but your overall number was okay. And there was a couple of reasons for that. Waiting to see what the governor does in terms of how she presents her business taxes, if it'll be in a single line as well.
Okay.
So
How have we done it in the past? Have we reported out
we've
as a
we've
single
split
number?
it. We've
Oh, we
split
have.
it, and that's what caused some of the problems this last biennium. Is that the estimate we used was too low on the BET, or it's too high on the BET side, and so it looks like the BET wasn't generating the revenue it needed to, but it had to do with the split between the BPT and the BET was incorrect in when we projected it.
Okay. Representative Almy?
Yes, we were going, and despite my protests, with 60-40% roughly splits for quite a long time. And as the economy has progressed so that it is mostly profits that are growing rather than cost of employment, we're down to 27% BET, is it?
Well, she reported 78.3% BPT and 21.7 BET.
Okay.
Yeah, and it fluctuates a little bit
Yeah.
in that
And-
70 to 73% to the
And
BPT.
presumably that could fluctuate again back. Are you expecting to have to increase the difference between the two or stabilize or?
I don't believe they think it's going to be shifting back as much. Again, you referenced the 60-40 split that has been traditionally been used. That was a number that was kind of applied prior to the RIM system being put into place and some of the data that they can now see. So the Department of Revenue Administration can see when you pay the ratepayer pays that the prior year X percentage was BPT, X percentage was BET, and they're applying it to those buckets now. Whereas before, if a ratepayer said, oh, it's 50-50, they would apply it 50-50. Or if they said it was 100% BET and no BPT, they would apply it that way. And so there was adjustments throughout the year. Now that they see the real number, they know it's not 60-40. And it's been, since the end of last year, you've been seeing the 70 to 73% of BPT and the balance being the BET. And again, why you saw a lot of adjustments in those numbers and why the decision was made with DRA and Administrative Services to start reporting it as just as a single business tax number. That's how you estimate it in this room. That's how they provide the information when they come in. That's how they provide it when they work with the governor. If you ever needed to see the information behind, it's always there. But in terms of minimizing confusion going forward, the thought was just having a single business tax estimate.
So, Chris, I'm just asking, what are the numbers that you have in the sheet are, because Commissioner presented all these things today, highs and lows. So where are these numbers? Oh,
You-
I'm sorry, official plan.
Yeah.
Right. So if you look at if you want to turn to page 3, I'll just walk you through the spreadsheet so everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
So that's your general education trust fund. revenue sources that you'll be looking at in the first one under column A is your business taxes, followed by meals and rooms, et cetera. Row 1 through 4 would be fiscal year 2024. Row 2 is the official plan. So I think, as we discussed at the beginning, that once the legislature passes a budget and is signed into law by the governor, Department of Administrative Services takes all the adjustments of the estimates that were contained in House Bill 1 and anything that was adjusted through House Bill 2 due to legislation, and they figure out what is the net number of revenue for the revenue amount for each of the revenue sources, and then they come up with a revenue monthly plan. So what you're seeing is the official plan for the year. So for on the business taxes, it was 1.247. The draft ACFR, as was noted earlier, it's later than usual. Usually it's due by 12/31, but due to some unforeseen circumstances in terms of the transition with liquor's computer system, it's taken a little bit longer to get that fully audited, so they're delayed. But we were able to provide you with an as of 129 number for revenues that you should see when the ACFR comes out at the end of the month. The annual comprehensive financial report, I'm sorry. So that's the annual audit that's done on the state finances. And in that, you get to see for all the different funds and activities that occur, you'll see the comments in terms of their expenses and where they sit in terms of balances and surpluses or deficits.
Okay, Representative Almy.
Yeah, it does say this on the first sheet, but people don't usually stay on this first sheet very often. This is millions.
Yes, yes.
So it's 1.247 billion. That was the official plan.
Yes. Yep. Thank you.
But also we do have to deal with, somebody has to figure out how to split where the money goes between the general fund and the education trust fund.
That somebody might be me. Yeah.
All by yourself.
Yeah. Well, no, we'll see it when the governor's budget comes out. We have an idea of what the splits are in terms of some of these taxes. So for instance, like tobacco, if you want to, just to talk about that, we know that with the cigarettes, it's $1.78 a pack. The first dollar goes to the general fund. Anything above $1 goes to the education trust fund. We also know that all the other than the OTP, other tobacco products, and all the e-cigarettes all goes to the general fund. So I know that based on today's presentation, it was at 17% is the OTP amount. So I would know that would be going to the general fund, and I have a spreadsheet that I would use to do that. You would see all this. Your final worksheet will have all the splits. So you'll see that, and you'll know what the education trust fund amount is. You'll know what the general fund amount is. I know that the business taxes will be split 41% to the education trust fund, 59% to the general fund. I know that the real estate transfer tax is split 2/3 to the general fund, 1/3 to the education trust fund. What other splits do I have? I think that's it. So I think we covered them.
Follow up?
Could I, somebody asked me, is the governor talking with the LBAO
No,
about these things?
no.
So we don't know until Thursday whether she's using older data or
So she works with
newer
the
data.
agencies throughout the process.
Okay.
And so she's going to have access to the same types of information that you've been hearing from the agencies the last 2 weeks.
But not the split.
Oh, she would have that as
she
well.
would have
The
the split.
departments would help with
Okay.
it.
So
Lindsay's
it will
group
come
would do
from-
that.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep. Yep. So the first 4 lines on that first page, page 3, is just to give you what fiscal year 24 the activity looked like. Fiscal year 25 gives you the official plan on row 8, and then for rows 9 and 10 we do the agency high low. most agencies, it's just a single number that they've provided you. The high-low comes into play with the DRA numbers where they give you their range, and that's what we plug in here. So tomorrow, when you see this spreadsheet for business taxes, you'll see a low number and a high number based on what was presented today by the commissioner. And then that's the same, we'll be done for 26 and 27. As this committee makes recommendations or puts thoughts out that, you know, we want to see the business taxes in 25 at this number, 26 at that number, I'll start to populate that as well. So if today you decide on a couple of revenue sources, you're like, okay, SWEP, we know it's 363.1 based on law. We don't need to debate that. Tomorrow I'd come in with a sheet filled out with House Ways and Means saying you agreed to 363.1. So that's your general funds go the first 3 pages. The last page, on page 5, you'll see it totals everything at the end. So it looks low now until you get all the DRA revenues in there, and then it'll pop up to be a couple billion. And then if you go to page 7, that would be the highway fund. So as you may recall, you have the highway fund unrestricted revenue as well as the fish and game unrestricted revenue to estimate. So the highway fund, same process. I give you the official plan, what the annual comprehensive financial report numbers potentially are. And then for 25, 26, and 27, I give you agency high and low. Again, the agency only gave you one number, so it's the same in both places. You had, if you remember, there was a single page that safety provided. That was a spreadsheet looking document that had 10 years on it, but had 25, 26, and 27, what they thought, and a lot of numbers. So the road toll was the first number summed, and then after that was all the MV fees, motor vehicle fees. So I sum those up and I add them here. The 200,000 in the middle is what you heard DOT present to you. So it's just basically the miscellaneous when they dispose of surplus vehicles and property that would go into their highway fund. And then on page 9 would again be the fish and game. Again, the similar process. They presented to you a sheet, and you knew their licensing, fish and game licenses was the 9.8 and the 10 million respectively. And then I summed up the rest of the list that they provided to give you the estimate for all their other revenue, which is 4.146 or just over 4 million. Typically, when you make your estimates, you usually go to just the first decimal. The reason we go out 3 places is because of what you see here today. Like the annual comprehensive financial report goes out 3 places, so we show that. And some of the agency estimates will go out a couple of places. Doesn't mean you can't go out 3 places, but it becomes more of a rounding error than anything. So that's the layout of the document. I don't know if there's any questions, but like I said, as you make decisions or agree to potentially what your decisions might be, I'll populate it so that you have it in front of you. Everything is on our website. So any of the agency documents that if you can't find it in paper, you can go out to our website. You can pull up their documents, see what they had to say. You can pull up the worksheets will be out there as well. So if you're at home because you left your stuff in your drawer here, you can get access to that information. And we're available, if you email me, I can help you out with whatever questions you might have as well.
Thank you. Representative Elmy.
Thank you. 2 things. One, people should remember that this is based on current law now. Anybody brings in a bill that adds or decreases revenue, that is not considered. It goes, them and the finance committee deals with that. And the other one was if we've got questions when we consider individual revenues that we should have asked to the agency, will you relay them and bring them back?
I will. And depending on the timing of what the committee has, we'll get them back as quickly as we can. Yeah. DRA will have someone available in the room as you guys are meeting to the best of their ability. they'll try to have someone here tomorrow morning. They may not have the answer right then, but they'll know what the question is and get it back as quickly as they can, since they are covering other bills and other committees as well. So they may have some manpower issues. But yes, absolutely. And to your point, Representative Almy, if you are looking at on page 3 at the insurance tax, and you go back and look at the insurance document, you're going to notice that what I have on fiscal year 26 and 27 on rows 14 and 15 and 19 and 20 respectively are $1 million higher each year than what the insurance department presented to you. If you may recall, they had $1 million reduction related to a new program that they wanted to implement. That program hasn't passed in law. So that's why I raised it back up. And if you recall, I had said something to the commissioner and he said, oh, that's right. Yes. That's correct. Put it back up
So
$1 million.
Chris, specifically, you're on page 3,
Yes.
the insurance tax column. So what are you saying instead of
So I'm saying if you
159?
look at the sheet the department gave you, they're going to have an estimate of 158 and 162.
Okay.
That's because they removed $1 million each year for a program that hasn't passed the legislature yet.
Oh,
So I've added it back in. If that does pass,
yeah.
then we would take care of that. Our office, the LBA, would take care of that on the surplus statement. So we would make a negative adjustment on the surplus statement.
Okay.
So you don't have to be thinking about that. The same with, to kind of follow up with the Representative Almy, any bills you have coming before you, if you pass a bill that has an impact on revenue, either positively or negatively, you don't have to worry about what your estimates were here today or in the next few days. That will be reflected if it passes the full House. We'll reflect that on the surplus statement as the House position.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Yes.
Just had a
Representative Breyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Chris. I don't know if you have it handy, but I was just looking under the motor vehicle fees. How much revenue do inspections bring in? Was it about 2.5 or was it a little higher than that? 2.5 million or?
One moment.
Sorry.
No, I can't recall off the top of my head, but I do have it right here. They got it at just under 4 million in 25, and then just over it's 4.9 in 26, and then 3.9 in 27.
Thank you.
That's registrations in 1 year.
That's just
Just
I
the
believe that's
inspections.
it's a motor vehicle.
Oh, the inspections.
Just inspection
Just
stickers
inspection. Okay.
would be about 5 million.
Okay. Well, I think one of the things we can do is we can work on some of the obvious stuff first and knock that off. Let's start at the end here on page 9. And this looks like a real easy one.
Change the total.
Fish and game. The total's wrong there. Oh, no, it's not. What do you mean the total's wrong?
Start at the last page, which should be the total, sum total of everything, but it's not here.
Oh, okay. So it's the Fish and Game Fund, and we're just, Chris, the thing that goes into HB, is it 7 or whatever the?
So there would be the unrestricted revenue in HB1. Is that the question?
HB1. Well, I feel like I looked at another year, and when we submit our revenue estimates, I feel like it was HB something else.
So what we'll end up doing is putting together an amendment of a House resolution. So this committee will have a House resolution in your name that will go to the House floor. It was
that's right, it's
House Resolution
resolution.
17 in
Oh, that's what it was,
2023.
Resolution 17.
From that, we will do an amendment to House Bill 1, the unrestricted revenue, using those revenue estimates,
Thank you.
which all are developed based on what you do with these worksheets.
And do we need to do anything else with the rest of FY25? Or are we only looking at 26 and 27?
So you'll make adjustments to 25 as you feel that they need to be made. So, and when you do your House resolution, you'll see there's 2 columns for 25. So the one would be what a plan was, and then any adjustments that this committee made.
Okay.
So you could go up in some areas and you could go down in other areas, and you would have a new total that you're working with for 25. So with
Okay.
this, so on page 9, you would make estimates on row 9, 14, and 19, and that's what would be incorporated into the House resolution.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yes, Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, just so I understand, if this committee makes adjustments to FY25, that budget's already been passed. So what is the effect or impact? Does the House or does the Finance then have to vote to adjust the budget based on that, or how does that work?
So a couple of things can happen. One, it may be the base that you're using to grow your revenue estimates in 26 and 27. But what it does is it puts notice on that we think the revenues we projected in 23 are not doing as good or doing a lot better than we anticipated. And we think that 25 will end potentially here. What will happen is that if the governor hasn't already started doing it, in this case, she's started the effort by freezing hiring of positions. There would need to be some actions taken to make sure that at the end of 25 that the budget balances so that you start 26 in a positive position. And that will be something that the Finance Committee would work on.
And then presumably the Senate would get its shot as well, right?
Same with what?
And then presumably Finance and then the full House, but then
Correct.
the Senate would get its shot.
Right, exactly. Yep. Yeah, it'd go through the whole process of Ways and Means would do its estimates, those estimates will drive what Finance is going to do for an operating budget. Full body would vote on that. If it passes, it would go to the Senate. The Senate would start that process all over again. Except for the 2023 budget. Usually there's a committee, a conference where you would come back and a subgroup of the Finance Committee members with usually a couple members of Ways and Means would meet and negotiate any differences. And then it would go back to the governor. If the legislature approves it, it would then go back to the governor to either sign it, veto it, or let it pass into law without a signature. And then if it's vetoed, we start a different process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Chris, thanks for taking my question. Do you know if the push to sell a lot more hiker safe cards are included in these numbers? I was talking to Rep. Spillane and
No.
you don't know, or?
No, they're not. The hiker's safety card is a dedicated fund, a restricted fund. So any money that goes into that fund, unless statutes change to direct any increase to another place. But this would be the Fish and Game's general fund, their money that hasn't been allocated yet. Things like the hike safe card or the non-game species accounts, some of these things that you may hear about if you're in some of these other committees are dedicated funds, the duck stamp, the pheasant stamp, those are all dedicated monies for the department for those purposes.
Representative Breyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, question. Are the unrefunded road tolls reflected in here at all?
They are. Yep. It's in all the other.
Oh, the other?
Yeah.
Okay. Follow up?
Follow up?
Is that the most of the other, or? A big chunk of that's made up of the
It is so in 25, it's estimated, it was 792,000 of the OHRV unrefunded road toll came in, and then just over $1 million in the marine unrefunded road toll. So going in 26 and 27, they've projected 850,000 and $1 million in each of those two. And it is
So-
their biggest other.
Okay.
The combined, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Guillory.
Thank you. On the unrestricted rebates on the road toll, is that number going up or down, and why?
So the number had gone up during COVID. The number went up. So it had been a fairly consistent number. And I'll let Representative Breyer step in if I speak out of turn here, since he has maybe more information than I. But it had been a fairly consistent number. And then during COVID, there was a lot more off-trail activities and marine activity because people couldn't be near one another. So they were getting their OHRVs and their boats on the water. So there was a higher licensing, not license, excuse me, the higher use of that. So there was more claims potential for unrefunded road toll. And people didn't come forward and claim it. So it just goes into that pool. They've come to it's starting to flatten out now at that numbers that I mentioned when Representative Breyer asked his question.
Therefore, going forward, we should look around $1 million rebate.
Yep. It's been that way since COVID, and they're not seeing it come down significantly.
And the reason it went up was because government restrictions telling us not to get together made people get together to go out into the fresh air.
Well, I think that people were going outside more often during COVID, and that's where you see an increase in the fishing licenses as well, and the
Thank
hunting
you.
licenses. So.
Sorry. I had to.
Okay, as I look at the Fish and Game Fund here, I see numbers that are very, very static. And I'm wondering if somebody, this probably could be something we could finalize and vote on. Would somebody like to make a motion to,
I'll make a motion
okay,
that I'll make a motion that we accept the recommended numbers from Fish and Game for revenue estimates.
so that would mean the estimate for 2025 would just be 13.9. So Chris, you're recommending that we, for example, 2025, we would just say 13.9 there.
Yes.
Okay.
And what I would do is I would adjust the other column to be 4.1. So I would drop the 46 that's there.
Okay. So you can make those adjustments based on what we decide
Yep.
today.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
And when you see this tomorrow, you'll see that those adjustments are there. So if I don't do something that the committee thought I should have done, you can correct me.
Do I have a second on Representative Breyer's motion? Second by Representative Almy. Clark, did you get that? Probably should make a motion. Let's see. Breyer.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Chris.
Probably doesn't. Yeah.
While you're discussing can I ask Chris a question?
Sure.
Chris, looking at the let's see what I'm at, Fish and Game Fund, and looking at their numbers, there was a decrease in marine unfunded road toll, an increase in OHRV unfunded road toll, and then the interest savings was an increase. Do you see these numbers changing? I guess my question is, are these numbers so close and static to each other that you feel that the numbers that are on here are what we should be addressing?
I do. I mean, I would trust in what the department has provided, and I think the schedule shows that those numbers are fairly static. I mean, they do fluctuate a little bit, but I think that they're projecting better than they may have in prior to 19. So the numbers were a couple $100,000 less prior to 19 each year. The interest number goes to what was talked about with the treasurer when she came in and having the pool of cash that she's able to invest. Once she invests that and she gets the interest return, she then parses it out to those funds that are allowed to have it allocated to it. Fish and Game Fund is one of them that in statute it says interest goes to that fund.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to ask the committee's indulgence as a first termer. I'm not sure whether this is the appropriate forum for this question, but relative to the Fish and Game Fund, I have a constituent who asked me, she has a store in one of my towns and sells the permits for off-road. And I guess the issue for her is the amount of time that Fish and Game is giving her to remit the fees from the sale. and it's apparently it's a fairly short period of time, maybe a matter of 2 weeks at the most. And she was asking me about exploring the possibility of extending that to perhaps the end of the month. I'm not sure whether that might have an impact on this. I'm actually not even sure where to start in terms of pursuing that. But I thought since we're discussing Fish and Game, I'd bring it up, and if it's completely inappropriate, the chairman would tell me to hush.
Well, I think what I would suggest is that you probably would need to be in touch with Fish and Game Department and their administrative office to find out why they're providing the timeframes that they are. It may be statutorily required, which then would require the legislature to do something. It may be internally they require something to get the money so they can account for it, but I can't speak to that. In terms of impacting this, it wouldn't impact what you're doing today because you're basing it on what's current practice today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, discussion on this. We have a motion to accept this as presented by Fish and Game Representative Almy.
I realized I have another question. How much interest is in these numbers?
So the estimate for 26 and 27 was 250,000. The amount that was shown for fiscal year 24 was just over 400,000. The budgeted amount was 100,000 for 25. So the department, again, interest isn't something that has been collected by agencies for quite a long time until all the ARPA and CARES money came into hand, as well as the fund having a balance to it. The Fish and Game Fund has a balance in it. So when the treasurer was putting things into interest-bearing acts, the Fish and Game Fund has benefited from that significantly. Prior to that, you would see that the number for 19,000 back in 22, back in 21, it was 2,500. 20, it was 86,000. So they never had a big number there. They have, and they've been watching it the last few years. The legislature leaned on the department in 2023 because their estimate was 25,000, and they said, you know, you seem to be doing a little bit better than that. Can we increase it for 24 and 25? The administrator carried that forward into 26 and 27. It's a long-winded response. Hopefully I answered your question.
Thank you, Chris. It appears that we're not going to have as much in the treasury
Right.
over the next few years, so the interest should be going down.
It's anticipated that you're going to see 26 similar to 25. 27 should come down a little bit overall, but in 28 and 29, you probably won't have the same balances because all of ARPA should be gone. And with Fish and Game, when they presented to you, they expressed the idea that their fund is insufficient to support their operating activities. So they don't think they're going to have much of a balance at the end of this biennium. That's still being determined. So yeah, it basically will start to go away and they won't have as much revenue.
I have a comment, if I may.
Sure.
Fish and Game's revenue has been insufficient for its activities for as long as I can remember. And it goes back almost 30 years.
So the fact that the interest will be less, is that going to affect, it doesn't look like they're taking that into account for 2027. And maybe it's because they expect increased license revenue.
So I can't speak to why the department felt they were comfortable at the 250 amount, but I do know that they were talking with the treasurer and others when they were putting this together. So I'm not in a place to say that's not a good number.
Fair enough. All right, any other discussion on this Fish and Game, the numbers? Okay, then let's take a vote on this. Well, if you look at page 9, then you will see what we're doing is we are rounding. So for the estimate on line 9, it'll be 13.9. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Well, do we fill in each of these items? So the licenses and all other, or do we just do a total?
So I believe that what you wanted to do was to have, on row 9, column A be $9.8 million.
Yeah.
Row 9, column B to be $4.1 million. Row 9, column C to total of $13.9 million.
13.9, right.
And
Okay.
if I could be as bold to just move you down to rows 14 and 19, which are the same, I think the committee was going to go with 10 million under column A, 4 million under column B, for a total of 14 million under
Right.
column C for both of 26 and 27.
Yeah.
But if I'm jumping ahead, I apologize.
No, that's where I was going. So we filled that in. Does that answer your question, Representative Schamberg? Okay. Any other concerns, questions, comments before we vote on accepting these numbers? Okay, seeing, yes, Representative Bolt.
As far as filling in all the numbers, or do you care? Motion second.
Well, so what's going to happen, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to vote on each of the items, and eventually Chris will take all this and put it into a House resolution. And then we'll vote on the House resolution in here, right? And then it'll go to the full House. I'm sorry, what was the motion?
The motion was modified.
Could you speak louder?
Use the microphone.
Right. Yeah, the initial motion was to modify 9C. And now we're going to be modifying, A, B, and C for 9.
No, we're not modifying it.
No, we're just placing it there to vote on. Correct?
Yeah, so
You want some amendment, I think?
Never
no,
mind.
we haven't amended anything. So what
He was suggesting.
you were suggesting amendment,
We had a motion and a second
yeah.
for not the expanded, I mean, it's kind of ludicrous, but, we're basically,
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, maybe I misstated it. The motion, or who made the motion? The motion is to the whole thing,
I was
right?
my motion was to take the department's recommendations and approve it.
Right, so it was for the whole
Was for the
table.
whole thing.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Okay, and Representative Alma, you seconded a motion for the whole table. Okay. Very good. So by a show of hands, all in favor of adopting this table? Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, it's, I don't know if we have to record the actual count. We're
The
just,
only thing that counts
is the final resolution.
is the final resolution. The rest of
Yeah.
this is just.
But just for notes, I'll get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I know it's an informal vote and it doesn't really count until the resolution, but how many did you count?
14.
I think you missed yourself,
Did I miss? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
unless I
7,
miscounted.
10, 11, 12, 13. 14.
Oh, is it 14? Okay.
Okay, so we can check off Fish and Game.
Mr. Chairman,
That was a good accomplishment.
Fish and game that's checked off, is it checked off permanently?
Well, no,
Okay.
not permanently, no. So we're going to go through, we're not going through everything today because as we talked about the DRA information that just came in, Chris will present in a worksheet tomorrow, and we will go through each of those items and eventually vote on each one. Then when everything is all done, we've gone through everything, he'll put together a House resolution and that'll contain all the estimates we've come up with, and we'll vote on that. And then it'll go to the House floor. Did that answer? Okay. Representative Opel, do you have a question? Oh.
when Chris was mentioning numbers and you were mentioning numbers, you said we'll have a 9.8, a 4.1, a 13.9.
Yeah, we're
Well, that's what I
basically,
had there.
we're basically rounding up to the nearest tenth.
Nearest, okay.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
13.946. We didn't truncate, we rounded to 13.9.
Okay.
Okay, so that's Fish and Game. Let's see, what other straightforward revenue estimates can we take care of? Question. Okay. The highway fund,
I think the highway fund looks pretty solid.
page 7.
The only concern I have, which is, well, it's not a concern yet, but if a proposed bill passes, we'll lose some revenue on the, about 4.9 and 3.9 in inspection fee revenue. But that's based on the current statutes, that looks very reasonable.
Okay. And so if we fill in this table, it'd be a similar thing, looking at each, if you look at column 9, row 9, column A, that would become 127.7. Because in that case, we're rounding up. 127.7. Miscellaneous is 0.2. Motor vehicle fees is 133.5. Highway revenue, but, well, no, the total. So the total is 261.4. And then obviously we would, line 14 and line 19, we would round each of those to the appropriate 127.7, line 14, 0.2, 131.7, and 2. Does that add up right? 14, 16. 260? Oh, I'm sorry, 259.6, yeah.
Wait, on fiscal year 26 under road toll, was that 127.7, and then on
Yep,
fiscal year 27, is that 127.9?
correct.
Okay.
And then the final total on line 19 is 262.9.
.8.
Oh, yeah, that's correct, 260.8. Thank you. Representative Almy.
I wish that we had asked more questions at the time. I'm not really remembering, but 26 looks like it is the lost year from having changed from a 4 to a 5-year registration plan. But it doesn't look like a lot of people are going to be buying new cars for quite a while at this point. But the state's fee as versus the town fees are dependent only on there is a car there, which is a big car or a small car and a luxury car or
It's registration plus the weight, what you did, it's registration and then the registration fees
also
are
the
based on weight.
yeah, right.
So your Lincoln Navigator is going to pay more than your RAV4.
Right. Really?
For the state?
It's bigger. Huh.
Lincoln Navigator is huger.
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
I've been they've been following me sometimes.
Would someone like to make a motion on this one? Representative Orrs? Representative Almy, do you second it?
I don't think I'll second it. I'll vote for it.
Okay. Representative Tierney?
Well, it's not going to be on the record.
Yeah. That's right. Okay, any discussion, any further discussion on these numbers? Okay, all in favor, show by raising your hand. Okay. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay. Now, let's see, if we go to page 5. So the commissioner did not talk about Medicaid recoveries, correct?
That was the Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay, that's Health and Human Services.
And it's a very small amount of money. And it depends on finding people. Sorry, it depends on finding the people who have been on Medicaid and die leaving a car or a house or something like that, which can be, from which the cost of Medicaid can be sequestered. And if you're part of a couple and only one of you dies, then the other one gets to keep it for a while.
No mean place.
Yeah. So it tends to wander up and down out of that small amount.
Okay. All right, so in this case, we are just looking at column Q. Row 11 would be 2.2, column Q, row 16 would be 3.1, and column Q, row 21 would be 3.1.
And these were the agency numbers.
That is correct.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion?
If I may.
Sure.
The general population that is involved in this is declining. So why are the numbers going up?
So as they presented, audits take a little bit of time. So they will continue to drop down going forward, but they suggested that there's some audits in play that they may see that collected in the next couple of years. But you're not going to see the numbers. Probably 6 years ago, 8 years ago, you used to see numbers in the $15 to $20 million range. We refer to that as probably your low hanging fruit. They've taken care of that. They've reconciled that. Now we're getting to a point where it's going to be very small numbers. And as more and more of the individuals covered by Medicaid go on the managed care contracts, the managed care companies are responsible for doing this work, and then it offsets any future negotiations of what the state cost is. So, but they felt comfortable, and that's why they had suggested the number drop in fiscal year 25. You can see the estimate was 3 million. They came in with 2.2 million because what they see right now, they're not going to get there. They're not going to resolve any of their audits by the end of that, the end of this fiscal year. But to Representative Almey's point earlier, it's been around the 2.5 to 3.5 million in the last few years.
Representative Almey.
I'm questioning lines 9 and 10 total. They don't add up to what the official plan for the utility property tax and statewide retained property tax plus this is, and they don't add up to, certainly don't add up to.
Are you looking at
3
column
million.
R?
Which line are you looking at?
At the total line, R.
That would be all your general
Oh,
funds and education
all the
trust funds. So
general
it's
funds.
the 3 pages in total. So pages 3 through 5.
Oh,
We're going backwards on the worksheet. So
yeah. Yeah, that's confusing.
We're trying to.
So that seems pretty low. But you haven't put in other numbers.
Correct. So once the DRA numbers are in there, it'll be closer to what you're seeing on the first
Right.
row.
Yeah.
It'll be 2 billion and some change.
Would someone like to make a motion to accept
Medicaid
column
recoveries.
Q, Medicaid recoveries?
I'll
Okay,
move.
Representative Almy, a second. Okay. Any discussion? More discussion on Medicaid recoveries? Seeing none. The numbers are column Q, so this is all in column Q. Row 11, 2.2. Row 16, 3.1. Row 21, 3.1. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? No. Okay. Wouldn't it be nice if the rest of the columns were this easy?
That's why we're doing them now.
I
Now,
think
is
column P
that-
could be.
Now, is that all? Let's see if there's anything else. I think everything else DRA
There-
brought
there-
today, right?
No.
No?
Lottery revenue,
Oh,
tobacco settlement,
okay.
other.
Mr. Chair, before you leave page 5, the committee could look at the swept, since that's
Oh, yeah.
statutorily assigned
Okay.
at 363.1 for each year.
Now, we don't have low and high estimates there.
I didn't put anything in there because I was waiting to see if the DRA would just include it on their stuff. But we all know what it is. It doesn't change.
363.1.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
Okay.
the amount collected can sometimes be a little bit higher, but it has to just do with how they set the rate and getting it as close to 363.1 as they can.
Yeah.
But over.
Right, not less than.
All right, so continuing our process of working backwards. Now we'll go to column P on page 5. So as Chris was just pointing out, so now so again, I'm just talking about column P. Row 11, 363.1. Row 16, 363.1. And row 21, 363.1. That's a statutory number. That's why we know that that's the number. So would someone like
Motion
to
to
make,
approve the estimate?
okay? Okay. Mary got it first? Okay. Okay. Any further discussion on that number, 363.1? Seeing none. All in favor of accepting 363.1? Any opposed? You're opposed. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I understand it means nothing, but it's statutory, but just as a matter of
Representative Almy.
Yes, I'd just like to point out that this has been constant without regard to inflation since 2011.
Okay. Okay. So utility property tax, that we did discuss today. So we won't do anything with that yet. Going to page 4. Well, I guess we can, yeah, continue to work backwards on page 4. So the last column, column N, I don't think for our purposes, I mean, we heard testimony as to why they thought these were the numbers. I'm not sure we have any additional knowledge that would change these, but would anyone like to make a comment, or do we agree that as presented, we? Okay, Okay, Representative you making a motion to accept as Representative Tierney is making a motion to accept column N. Yep, correct. Second on that? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Representative Murphy, I assume you did, okay. All right, good. Okay. Continuing to work backwards, lottery revenue. I don't know, is there any reason to expect anyone feel that that should be different than as presented by lottery? Yes, Representative Murphy.
Did we not discuss there's a bill to increase the hours for Keno? Would that make a difference?
Doesn't matter. No.
Okay, okay.
No.
Then no.
Anything we do is based on current law. Even if you know it's coming up for a vote in 2 weeks, it's not, if we're working on this, we just base on what current law is. Representative Ullery.
Yeah, and to that topic, Keno would be a small section, but gaming overall depends on what laws pass this year. There may be a reduction in gaming. There may be an increase. The overall economy applies because when the economy goes bad, there's an increase in gaming for some reason, which makes yeah,
Well,
no, that's true
too.
But so
Okay, so so the numbers, if we assume that we don't have any judgment beyond what has been presented to us by lottery, then column M, lottery revenue, row 11, 180.0, row 16, 172.9, row 21, 172.9. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of going with those numbers? Okay, anyone opposed? You're opposed and you're for it?
I could care less on gaming.
Okay. All right, continuing to work backwards, other, what was other, Chris?
So other is the mainly the interest on the money
Oh,
in the
right.
treasury. It's abandoned property, and then about 200 other accounts that agencies deposit revenue from.
Right,
A lot of agriculture, some courts, some safety, corrections. You know, anybody that collects money that's not dedicated to a restricted fund, it would go to treasury in one of those accounts and be counted as other. Secretary of State has a number of those.
Okay. All right, looks like that's pretty static as well. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Representative Elmy?
We usually got a long list of all of them, along with the amounts more or less that they were providing. But I don't think any of us ever got anything out of that list.
So the department, when they came in, Department of Administrative Services, along with the Treasury Department, provided you a document where they showed you about 10 to 12 of what they would call their heavy hitters, which included abandoned property and a couple of others. And then they provided a list in the back of the report of like the 200 other funds that they collect, not the amounts that they get, because some of them are a couple $100, if that. Some could be a few thousand. So they tried to show you the ones that were $1 million or so plus, and then all the other types of revenues they collect. So they did provide that to the committee.
When you bring the updated spreadsheet tomorrow, how will you indicate the columns that we've approved? Will there be some way you can indicate the columns that we approved.
So I can highlight the columns that you've gone through and considered yourself completed.
Yeah.
And you would see that not only would they be highlighted, but the figures would also be in there under the row for the House Ways and Means estimate.
Okay, perfect.
And then that would leave or help you focus on those columns that aren't
Right.
shaded so that you know what you have left to do.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Representative Opal.
Just a quick question. I'm not sure whether I've forgotten or I missed one day, so I wasn't here. I am assuming that the reason it is going down from 25 to 26 to 27 is interest?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so this is another one where I'm not sure we have any information beyond what has been presented to refute anything. So column L, other, row 11 would be 150.5. No, 150.5. We'll have a class in rounding later. Of course, I already made a mistake rounding too, so. Well, we're rounding to, no, we're rounding to the nearest 10th. So that would have to, so it would have to be 0.552 or something to go to 0.5, to go to 0.6. So it's 150.5. Row 16 is 126.0. And row 21 is 120.0.
Maybe or maybe not.
More or less. Okay, any
It's possible.
motion on this one? You can second it.
I'll say.
All in, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay. Representative Almy.
I'd just like to point out before we leave this topic that in 24 we had 33 million more than we got in interest. This would be probably we're going to get in 25, which is 24 more than we're going to get in 26, which is 6 more than we're going to get in 27. So the total of those that we had sitting around in interest was more like 100. No, 60 million this since 24.
I'm not sure I understand. So what's the 60 million?
Difference between 183.4 in the draft CA CAFR and 120 in 07.
Oh, I see what you're saying. 60 million less. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any, oh, no, that's right. We're done with it. We voted on that one.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. Beer tax looks pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't changed in decades.
So,
Well, it's changed this year.
so column K, beer tax, row 11, test my rounding abilities again, 12.5. Row 16, 13.0. Oh, these are easy. And
Yeah.
21, 13.0.
Why do they think they're going to get more again?
I don't remember. Do you have anyone have a note on why it's up from 24.
It's down.
It's up, right? Chris, you don't have any?
I don't. I think the trend up until this point for this year just was showing a decline. This is a revenue source where they've estimated 12.5 to 13 million annually, because the number of gallons of beer being sold isn't changing. It's the types of things that fall into the beer category that is changing. So you had like microbreweries that took off for a while. Those took away from your standard alcohol beers, like your Budweisers and such. More recently, it's the blended drinks that they're seeing a rise in people drinking that.
And those don't get taxed.
They do.
Oh.
They go through because of their alcohol content. They go through the beer distributors,
Okay.
and then they pay 30 cents on the gallon.
Okay. Yeah, Representative Euler?
Yeah, I seem to recall conversations with them. I forget whether it was here, but the beer buying population, now that they have the blended drinks, it would replace the mixed drinks like mimosa at a diner. Isn't made with, well, that's a bad one because that is made with champagne, and beer and wine licenses go together. But one of the other mixed breakfast drinks is now made with a beer-based product as opposed to a liquor-based product that they would need another higher tier license. So you're increasing your sales because of the ancillary products that are being sold. That was one of the discussions that was taking place, because the current population tends to like to drink beer-based stuff instead of alcohol-based stuff. I don't know why.
I don't recall them mentioning it in front of the committee, but they may have. And
Yeah,
I may have had a moment where I zoned out.
Yeah,
on you.
I'd put forward a bill to change their taxing thing, and they said, no, we can do it without changing anything if they buy, and then they started marketing.
Okay.
Question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what's the percentage cutoff again for where it falls in the beer? Is it below like 8%? And
I would have to check that to confirm. I'm not positive.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I just remember.
But
the
it's around that. It's around that. But I'd have to confirm it.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's been adjusted over the years, and I just buy what I can buy.
Thank you.
I remember something very confusing about it's definitely 6% for beer products and definitely 8% for liquor products in the other direction. And then in between it's mixed. How did they get to that?
I can't answer that. I have no idea how how that was.
We have to
determined.
ask Commerce because nobody else really reports to us about beer.
Okay.
It's unfortunate. Beer's good.
Would someone like to make a motion on these numbers?
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we accept those values for the numbers for beer tax on lines 11, 16, and 20. Excuse me.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none.
Drink more beer?
All in favor, raise your hand.
That doesn't mean I like beer.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
In order to better understand this, don't you think we ought to visit Budweiser?
Yeah.
That could be a field trip.
Yep,
I think we did that years ago.
years ago.
All right,
That'd be
further,
one hell of a hot.
further moving along to column J, general fund, securities revenue.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Before we move on, shameless profit timeout. My son owns a brewery in Vermont, so if anybody would like to go for a tour sometime, I'm sure we'd get some free hats, samples, or whatever. So
Oh, that's.
All right.
Can you move that? Can you move that brewery over to New Hampshire?
I have asked and requested that.
Okay, so column J, securities revenue, column 11, 13.6. column 16, 13.7, column 21, 13.7.
Mr. Chair, I think you're off a row, column.
Oh, sorry. Oh, gee, I just wrote them all in too. Well, we'll get there. Let's do court. I like it. I like it. Let's do court. Let's do court
Security
fines.
revenues is next.
So that's column I. Yes. We're doing court fines. Yep. Column I. And yeah. So those are, again, I think that's pretty straightforward.
It's pretty weird.
The agency has presented.
Weirdly specific.
Yeah. Okay.
So just so I can make sure, it's going to be 13.6 on row 11, 13.7 on row 16, and 13.7 on row 21.
Correct. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on column I as presented? Seeing none. All in favor of accepting what we just talked about for column I? Representative Spar? Okay. Any opposed? No. Okay. Now we will go back to column J, and I'll round those numbers. Column J, row 11, 44.3. Row 16, column J, 44.4, and then row 21, 44.5. Motion?
I move we accept those numbers. I'll say for column J.
Who seconded? Okay. Discussion? Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing no discussion, let's vote on it. All in favor of accepting those numbers for column J? Raise your hands. Okay, anyone opposed? That was a wise vote you made, Representative Ohm.
50-50.
All right, that was 15-0. Okay, so I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, I think those are all the, oh, no, I see insurance tax. Oh, good. Now go, okay, so now, no, wait a minute, communications tax.
Same
No,
page three.
no, communications tax we'll do tomorrow. Page 3, column F, insurance tax. Okay, I won't fill numbers in yet because Representative Almy wants to debate. So go ahead.
Well, we have been hearing a lot about catastrophic fires and catastrophic cyclones and things like that, and how the whole nation is going to have to pay for the increased costs of the insurance agencies. And when that has happened in the past, a number of people have dropped their insurance. They thought it was just too high and they probably wouldn't have to use it. And I don't have numbers for how much got affected at those times, but for instance, when Katrina took out New Orleans. But we've had catastrophic floods over twice, 3 times in Vermont that the insurers had to pay for, and most of California has been if it's true that we can't just pass that off on California, it's going to make insurance a lot more expensive for all of us.
Yeah, Representative Ohm.
Yeah, to follow up on Representative Almey's point, the impact is felt in New Hampshire because of the reinsurance market.
Yes.
So even though the local insurance in California may be in deep trouble, most of that hit is taken by the broader country from the reinsurance of these smaller companies. And so we are indeed impacted.
Question? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, do we know if that's been considered in these numbers? Because I've heard the same thing, so it's a good point, needs to be addressed.
I think what the commissioner had discussed with the committee is that it's a national issue and is being worked on currently, but I don't know how well it's reflected in what they're seeing here, or what you're seeing here. Sorry.
Could we check on that, please?
We can.
And if I could add, we used to have a continuity in insurance commissioners. And I'm not sure, I know that the person who was doing the most work on this retired 3 years ago. And she helped out the first year. She was a whiz, but I don't know to what extent the current insurance commission is talking with other commissioners about what could be happening.
Representative Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a point of information, the last time this was brought up nationally for the whole country to foot the bill was right after Katrina. And then one congressman woke up, I don't know which party it was, and realized that this was going to affect his state. And he spoke to everybody else and said, why are we going to protect private beach owners? And it got killed very fast in Congress. I don't think there's going to be too much of a problem with that again this year for saving California. It's like, you won't cut your brush back, you won't do this and that to clean up your forests. That's what happens.
That is ignoring the reinsurance market, as Representative Ohm was explaining. All of these insurance companies, most of these insurance companies, maybe all of them, reinsure for guarantees. They pay the one in London, and we've got one here, I think.
New Hampshire Insurance.
New
AIG.
Hampshire, yeah, to insure them for their losses. And so when California has enormous losses, they are coming to their reinsurers to get compensated. And when they do that, then the reinsurers have to go and put those costs on everybody else in order to avoid disappearing.
So Representative Almy, your point is that if insurance rates are going to go up, then the insurance tax will net more.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
I just
may
looked
net
at,
more. There were, in the past, a fair number of people who decided to go naked. No,
so then that
no
lowers the
insurance.
tax. Yeah,
That was, I think, more in health insurance, but I'm not sure I remember correctly.
Being naked.
well, it's probably everything. I mean, if you can't
Yeah.
afford something, you can't afford it. One of the things I just did was I looked at the number here. Actually, I used the wrong number. I used 150. I was trying to see what the percent change was from 2025 to 2026. Actually, it's a big change. Yeah, I used the high. I should have used the 143. Let me just do a quick calculation here. So that's 16 over 143. 16 divided by 143 That's 11.2% increase from 25 to 26. So I wonder if they're already trying to take some of that into account.
You look, the other thing that affects our property and casualty, which is a large part of our insurance, is that the Senate, in its wisdom, when we were working on insurance a number of years ago, decided that we were going to make all the insurance, when we were doing expanded Medicaid, I think it was, that we were going to tell the insurance companies that they had to, this is for medical insurance, I think, health insurance, they were going to have to pay a year in advance. So in 1 year, they paid 2 times what they would have paid.
I'm sorry, put your microphone on.
In 1 year, they paid 2 times what they should have paid, had to pay. And no, it was a 6-month difference. So they had to pay it again in 6 months, and then every year thereafter, they get on. They've been on a seesaw, where 1 year they get more money, the next year they get less money, doubled. And not knowing where they are in that cycle at the moment makes it very hard for us here to determine what's they actually think is happening. But going up in a row each time seems unusual.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
So it's, well, I just want to point out, so from 2025 to 2026, as I said, it was 11.2% increase. But from 26 to 27, it's only about 2.5% increase.
Yeah. And the second year after there's been an increase in the insurance tax to all of those companies, they come back, and if they've made more money than the year before, then they have to make the forward payment at double that amount that is increased. Then the next year, if things stabilize back, they don't have to pay more than half of what they can reduce their payments by that amount. It's really, it makes it incredibly difficult for us to calculate.
Yeah.
And it was because the Senate didn't want us to have to pay up front for 6 months, and they arranged to pay up back.
Okay. Representative Opal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look, I think Representative Tierney is right about Katrina and the aftermath and that. But since then, we've had, other devastating storms, fires in California, the flooding, and the completely unprecedented impact of hurricanes in the Carolinas, including Asheville. I think, at least for me, and I apologize again, I think I missed the insurance commissioner's original presentation. I think there's enough uncertainty here that I would like to ask this committee to invite the insurance department back to maybe address this specific issue before we vote on a revenue estimate. I think enough questions have been raised, certainly for me, that I'm not sure I feel comfortable voting on these numbers today without getting some more answers. And I'm sure Chris, Representative Orr has asked Chris to get the information. I have absolute faith that Chris could get that information, but I'd really kind of like to hear it from the department.
Representative
I think oh, sorry.
Representative Schamberg.
Just in regard to the numbers that are on here, we have in 26 a 159 and in 27 a 163. Is that the insurance tax? Yet their report shows 158 and 162. Is that a,
Well,
So if you're looking at their report,
yes?
just look at the line above that, you'll see that $1 million reduction each year.
Yep.
That isn't in law yet. That's a suggestion that the department has.
Put it in.
So we add that back in. Yep.
Thank you.
And if other people are looking at that same sheet, just to go along with what Representative Almy was saying, if you follow from the top line, you got the premium tax liability. So that's what they collected this year. Then you had the prepayment that from the previous year, which you apply, which is a negative number. So you'll see I'll just use 26. They assume 138.7 million. They had a prepayment of 133.2 million. And then they get a prepay going forward, and that's the 138.7 million. And then there's a premium tax related to unlicensed companies, and then they show you where the fees go after that. So there is that idea of a prepayment that they true up, and then they get another prepayment. So I don't know how that truly they're able to look at the national impact of some of what's being discussed here when they're doing this. But I think I can either ask the department the question, or if the committee wants them to come back, we can try to find a day with the chair to bring them back.
Representative Almy and then Ors.
Yeah, I think if we all can find that sheet that was the insurance department's input, or go to your website where we'll find it and see the zigzag that goes on in the insurance tax normally, we still have the issue of what's going to happen with the major increase in catastrophes this year inside the United States.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Chris, and Representative Opal has a good point. Do you feel that if you went back and asked the insurance group, whatever it is, whether or not their estimates are accurate, or they need to take another look at them, they give you an answer, what do you think? Are they going to be able to, are you going to trust their answer?
Oh, that's kind of a loaded question.
Yeah, well, in other words,
Go ahead, ask.
it-
Well,
bringing them
the
back-
answer is I'm going to trust what they're reporting to, because I
Yeah.
don't know better myself.
Yeah,
It's
I
not,
guess-
not an area that I have expertise in.
Yeah.
But what I can get an answer to a question. I think the real question the committee has is, will that answer lead to other questions that you would need the department here to answer for you? Or would you be satisfied with the answer that I was able to provide that they gave me?
well, let me just, I wasn't trying to set you up, obviously, but I mean, having done this stuff on and off my whole life, if you will. So, I mean, if I went and talked to my people and I said, are these numbers still good? And they said, yes, I'd go with it. If they said no, then you should have been talking to me already, but okay. Whatever you guys decide will be good with me, but thank you.
Representative Ullery.
Just a reminder to the committee that these numbers are preliminary at this point. We're just beginning the work, and they will change in March and April and May and June. Because we're going to spend at least 1, maybe 2 days going over these things again. I would draw the committee's attention to the official plan, which was 440, I believe, wasn't it? Yep. And then the preliminaries are 163, which is a plus 23. The 163 was a combination of factors: increased cost of each of our individual policies, be it auto insurance or health insurance or home insurance, well, of all of our insurances, and inflation, and the value apportionment of certain of our vehicles and homes. So that's one reason that took place. The increased plan for the other ones are large, but there are modest increases related to the initial bump that took place last fiscal year, or this fiscal year still. So I'm not worried about the numbers right now. We will have a chance to look at them. I don't think we need another thing to come in. I think we start with these numbers and then we take a look at what's going on. As far as the reinsurance in New Hampshire, there was once a very large national insurance company called New Hampshire Insurance Group, which was bought out by AIG. AIG is, I believe, Swiss group now, and it's international. So this recent storm that just hit northern England or northern Europe, we're going to be paying perhaps pennies, perhaps $1 of that cost. Because the way insurance has always been set up ever since they started serving tea at Lloyd's Tea House, that's how it works.
Good explanation.
Representative Elmy.
I would like to see some evidence that they are consulting the National Insurance Association or whatever it's called about how much they think this is going to impact us.
That's fine. The commissioner did say that all the insurance commissioners from around the state are part of that organization, and they meet on a regular basis to discuss issues and try to normalize, I guess is the word I'll use. I'm not sure if it's the right word, but to try to have some similarities in the way that insurance is run in each state. Not to say it's exactly the same, but to make it a little bit easier for some of the insurance providers to go from state to state. So there is that. I don't know if that specific question has been discussed. I would assume yes, but I can ask the department for sure.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, Representative Ulrich.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, New Hampshire also participates in a little-known, unpublicized group of law compliance that tries to make the laws conform one to another in each state. And we're part of it. There's about 5 people that are all got initials after their names for some reason. And no one knows what they do, but they make sure that it works.
All right.
You know,
so- yeah.
that was quite an explanation you gave. And Jordan,
Yeah.
that was quite an explanation. I hate to have, I hate to have to agree with you. I just want to go on record.
All right, so Chris, you're going to check with the insurance department to see are they comfortable with these numbers, and did they take into account or do the latest events in California, for instance, affect us? My guess is they've this is what they do. I'm sure they've looked at it, but we'll hold off on voting for this. Hopefully, we'll get an answer soon.
Question: what happened in Nashville?
Asheville?
Oh, Asheville. Thought you said.
No, it's ribs in Nashville, furniture in Asheville.
It's all over that region.
Yeah. And it's not a precedent. I mean, I remember.
Okay, let's getting close to 3:00. Let's try to finish up here. We have one more column to look at right now, and that's column D, liquor transfer. And so column D, line 11, 101.7. Row 16, 102.9, and row 21, 102.3, and Representative Ulrich.
Yeah, I think the agency's numbers in this case, their general history after the reformation of 10, when we changed the board structure and everything else, they've been very, very accurate regarding their numbers and their projections of their market. They now have a marketing team on board that looks at the economy and figures out how much we can squeeze out of anyone who wants to buy something. Well,
Does somebody want to make a motion on accepting these? Representative Tierney. And Almy seconds. Any further discussion on these numbers under column D, liquor transfer? Seeing, yes, Representative Elmy.
Wanted to check, this is after all the things that the legislature keeps taking out of them.
It is. It's the net number. So they've tried to adjust for the transfer to the Governor's Alcohol Commission Fund, as well as the money that goes to Granted Advantage, which is the Medicaid Expansion Fund. There is always the opportunity for Department of Health and Human Services to come forward and ask for more liquor funds, because that's the way the statute is written. But they didn't anticipate any more than what they've accounted for.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, all in favor accepting liquor transfer as we just discussed. Any opposed? Seeing none, 15-0. Okay, so I think, let's take a quick look. I think that concludes. So tomorrow we will not necessarily, we'll see how much progress we make, but we are working on this from in the morning, roughly 10 to 12, and then in the afternoon, say roughly 1 to 2 to 3, somewhere in there, and then we're executing 4 bills. I put in the calendar, as you probably noticed, 2 o'clock, just in case we get to a point where we feel like, you know, we're done, and I didn't want to have to wait till 3 just to exec things.
I would.
So basically, as I look at this, let's see, column. So what we have left is total business taxes, rooms and meals, tobacco. Well, interest and dividends, I guess that will be.
Well, that's really a difficult one.
That's fairly straightforward. Well, we'll do that tomorrow when Chris has that filled in, because we did get some numbers today. Communications tax, real estate transfer.
Court fines and fees.
What? No, we did courts, fines, and fees.
Lottery we did.
We did lottery, and then the last one would be utility property tax, because we already did. We did highway and we did fish and game. Okay, good.
It doesn't have much.
Anybody have any questions?
Why are
If
Just
not-
one quick comment on the
Yeah.
interest and dividends.
Yeah.
The commissioner gave you the 25 number at 134.3, so that's the number. You won't see a high-low for interest and dividends. You'll see 134.3 for both the high and the low number.
Oh,
Her document has a high and a low range, but when she was testifying in front of you today with her presentation, she said that 25 will be 134.3, and then you would reduce down to 8.7 in 26 and 0 in 27.
Okay, well.
So I'm going to put it, that's
Thank
how I'm
you.
going to reflect it. I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting you need to do anything with it today.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. All right, that's it for today then. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow, 10
Motion
o'clock.
to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
We're adjourned.